Okay, yep, we're good to go now. Just the blue one.
Kia ora. Welcome to the Accountability, Performance and Finance Committee meeting of the Tuesday the 5th of November 2024. In terms of health and safety, if the alarm sounds, please make your way to the nearest emergency exit. The assembly point is across the road from this building and 4th Avenue, I'm assuming, not BOP. Please be aware the meeting is being live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. Members, please speak clearly into your microphone and only one speaker at a time for clarity. And please silence everyone's mobile phones. Could I ask our guest of the meeting, Councillor Steve Morris, to do the opening karakia, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. E te atua, he honore, he kororia ki te atua. Mōrena papa, tēnā koe mō te hui ko tēnei rā, tēnā koe mō kai kaunihira, kai mahi, mō tauranga moana. Tēnā koe e te atua. Amene.
I'm going to call for apologies, which there are.
We're all here.
Yep, we're all here. We do note that we have an apology for Councillor Makairi Sydney, who has been granted a leave of absence, and I ask that that's received and accepted. All those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you, carried. We have no items for the public forum. We've got no need to accept any late items. We've got no confidential business to be transferred into the open. I don't have anything recorded, a change of order of business. Members? No, thank you. So we can just go to the confirmation of the minutes of the Accountability, Performance and Finance Committee meeting held on the 8th of October 2024. I'm going to ask if there are corrections to the minutes. I just have, as I had raised previously, I'm feeling that the minutes are not quite recording particularly some of the information that elected members are talking through. I would like at this meeting and going forward for this meeting, provided they're concise, I would like that the questions that the elected members ask of staff on the reports are recorded as a question. To me, we're getting really good reports that are made public. We are getting responses from staff to our questions, but it's not always clear what we've asked. It also might put a little bit more onus on us to ask really clear questions if they're going to be recorded or minuted. But that to me is something that we need to have a little bit more from us about what we have put in, what we've added to the meeting in terms of our questions. Is there any concern with that from elected members? So thank you. So I also would like an action schedule on the minutes. So actions don't have to be confirmed, and again, as chair, I will try to clarify that that's an action we would like recorded. And again, this is for my benefit. When I'm looking at the meeting, I want to know that there's a certain number of actions, and this is absolutely not about have staff done the actions, but have I done my actions? Because that's often the case, or have we done the things that we meant to do? Because this meeting shouldn't just be about, it's not one-sided. So this is about actions that we can collectively, as we are the accountability meeting, we can collectively say, yes, we put an action and it's been confirmed. So we did do one last time about the committee meeting workshop, and that's great, and that's on the action schedule. But I'd like the action schedule at the end of each minute so we can update it going forward. So that action, I understand, is happening in December. So again, can we just note in the minutes that the action from October is a workshop in December. There was also an action from October that councillors got a copy of the council revenue and financing policy, and we should record that it was received at the 23rd of October workshop. The other thing that I thought wasn't clear in the minutes was the conversation on the reframed deficit, and there was quite a question on, or it was, we sought clarification on software costs that were due to a change of accounting policy a few years ago. They were suggested that they shouldn't be capital. I think in that discussion, some are going to be capital and some are going to be operational, but I would like the minutes to record that elected members questioned the software costs that had been classified as capital rather than operational, and requested further clarity on that going forward. The other thing on the discussion points raised, there was the recommendation was changed to provide options within the annual plan process to bring council to break even by 25-26 is what's recorded in the minutes. I would just like an action that at each of these committees we get a report, 2-page maximum, on the progress towards a balanced budget by 25-26 by either CFO or just, we are giving direction but nothing specific, so we would like to hear back, and there is something in one of the reports about talking about a target. We weren't sure what, I wasn't sure what target that referred to. So if, as an action, that the CEO, CFO, or somebody, a general manager or CFO or CEO brings options, at each meeting that a report is given on progress towards a balanced budget by 25-26, please. All right. And also in the action schedule from last time, the action schedule last time is the breakdown of the maintenance and staff board and house, and I think we've got a meeting on that is is scheduled December. Yeah. So that again, it's an action that would be good to have in the action schedule, please. So with those changes of the minutes, I'm happy to move them. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Crowther, thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favour of approving the minutes? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Could I ask for a declaration of any conflicts of interest? Can I just ask, from process perspective, I did complete my interest register. That's public and therefore already sits on the table for each of these meetings? How does that work?
The pecuniary interest register, a summary of that will go up on our website when all the councillors have returned their forms, and that's due by the 21st of November.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not, the actual form doesn't go up, it's a summary. The
Right.
summary goes up, and that's available on the website.
Okay, so our interests are declared, and we just have to, at this point of every meeting, we declare if there's any conflicts on the agenda
Yes.
based on those interests. Okay,
Yes,
thank you. Okay, so I'll move to the business. 9.1, Tauranga Marina Society Financial Statements 23-24.
Ross Hudson.
And we're welcoming Ross Hudson and I haven't got your name, I apologise. Oh, Gary Smith, I do have. Hello! Blast from the past. Sorry, don't minute that. A friend of my brother's.
Let's go there.
Gosh,
So
okay.
push that button there.
Just been
Okay,
through
cool.
conflicts of interest, by the way.
You knew my brother.
Take
Sounds like my brother.
the report as read, but Gary's here to give a short presentation and to take any questions.
Good morning, and this is the first time I've ever presented to a council meeting or been to a council meeting, so if I stumble through a few things, so thank you, Chair Jen. I have presented a few times. And thank you very much to the councillors for coming along. For those that don't know, my name's Gary Smith. I'm a chartered accountant from Mount Maunganui and have had a practice over there for 30 odd years up till I sold it recently. I was elected onto the Tauranga Marina Committee 1 year ago, but having said that, I've had quite a long connection with the Tauranga Marina Society. So I was around about 18 in 1981 when the Marina Society was formed. But my late father was the chair of it. My father-in-law was on the committee, and the original accountant for it, John Donald, who was also on the committee, was my first employer. And when I started at Murray Crossman and Partners, one of my first jobs I got was doing their monthly accounting for the Tauranga Marina Society. So over the years, I've owned a berth for over 25 years, and so I've had a lot of dealings with the marina and its history and how it came about. Part of it I think is actually really important, and I'd just like to take a brief moment just to talk a little bit about how the marina actually come about. So sorry, I'll just have a quick look to see which photos you're seeing. So the marina, we should go back into actually the mid-70s, was actually when the Bay of Plenty Harbour Board was trying to expand the port of Tauranga onto both sides of the harbour. And so they wanted to build a reclamation out in front of to build their container wharf on. And part of that was then, if you build this container wharf out the front there, how are you actually going to connect the two parts of the port? And so this idea of actually, well, let's build the Tauranga Harbour Bridge to join the two parts. And so then from an economic point of view, you'd really like to build a bridge about the height of the railway bridge, but of course that was never going to work. And so then, because at that stage the Tauranga Yacht Club was around about 50 years old, had all the yachts all in the town reach off the Strand, which is seeing lots of pictures. The idea then was we had to build a high level bridge so we can get the yachts underneath it, and of course that was going to run into the flight path of the airport. So a compromise was kind of come around saying, well, tell you what we'll do, we'll build this new marina out the end of this reclamation, and to appease all the people in the grandstand, as we call it, the people that live on the ridge of Otamotai, they wanted to make that 25% down the left-hand side there where the green space is. They wanted to make that a marine park. So that meant that all the people in Otamotai didn't have to look at all that horrible wharf stuff. They were able to hide it behind the trees, which of course, as the cranes have become quite a lot bigger than what was ever envisaged, we all get to see them. So they said, let's go and build this marina down there and move the yacht club. And so you can imagine the controversy that went on within the club at that stage. So for those that aren't aware, the Harbourside restaurant that's up against the Matapihi Bridge is the old Tauranga Yacht Club. So that was built in the 1930s. The club was formed in 1920. So So then it became, let's get all the boats shifted and get the yachts out of downtown so we can then build this marina so we can let's get most of the fishing boats. So in those days, the fishing boats were only around 40 or 50 footers. 50 foot was a really big boat, and so 9 metres high for boats to go underneath was enough, deemed to be enough clearance. And so they were able to build this low-level bridge and chuck the marina down the far end. So before that could happen, and we got agreement to say that yes, we're going to move the yacht club and move all the boats, there had to be a committee come together and get commitment from 200 berth owners to say, yep, we'll buy some space in this unbuilt. So at that stage the rock walls weren't built, the sand wasn't there. We'll put some money in to buy these marina berths. And so what happened was the Harbour Board built initially this rock walls that you see here. There was no sand, so they dredged the sand out of the marina and chucked that onto the ground behind it to form the car park. The rest of the sand was built up over the years as they cut the Cutter Channel and filled up that pile of the reclamation. But to move the boats down there, they said we had to get commitment from 200 people to actually go and buy some of these lease berth licenses, as we call them. So what happened was the port went and built all of these berths, built all of the car park, built the buildings, and then sold the berth licenses to the first 200 members, and over time we've continued to expand it, and it's now a 550 berth marina. So the reason we don't see, so the port built the berths, paid for them, and then got paid for them by the members of the Marina Society. So it wasn't actually the Marina Society that owned everything that's floating. And so by floating I define the poles plus everything goes up and down on the water. So everything you see that the boats are attached to was actually paid for by the license owners. Give that off. So this is this is one of the few examples around in New Zealand of a cooperatively owned marina. So it's not owned by shareholders looking for a return. It's not owned by a council, have to do all the maintenance and try and do dredging and all of those sorts of things. It's owned by the 500 odd berth members that have paid their licenses and pay annual fees and pay rates and pay water. And all those electricity, all those sorts of things that go on with the marina running, which we'll see a little bit in the financial statements. What happened is they expected those original wooden berths and concrete berths to last around about 40 years. So in 2018, the Tauranga City Council commissioned Tomkin and Taylor to prepare an engineering report about the state of the wooden berths and the concrete berths and the wooden poles. And they were told at that stage that they were pretty much past their use-by date. So the council was approached to see if you'd like to put in 15 or 20 million to build a new marina, and they politely declined. And part of that was that the Marina Society held the resource consent for the berths and that. So we went back to our berth owners, licence holders at least, and said, you need to make some, do you want to make some contributions, and we'll see this process that's going on now. So that started in 2019. We've got 8 out of the 10 piers are now completed. There's another 2 piers still being done. There's been 1 or 2 members, and they count them on a hand, that have actually surrendered their licences saying, I'm overboating. There's been another handful that have said, I can't afford it, and we've come to a solution within the Marina Society to help those people stay within the marina and continue to use their boats. As far as New Zealand's concerned, it's one of the cheapest operating marinas. It's done by volunteers. The management of it is done by volunteers, and the berth owners, the licence holders, have been doing all the contribution, including looking after a chunk of the marina car park down the side there. So that's the public car park. The current management agreement says that the council pays for 80% and the marina pays for 20% of the upkeep. We get a lot of people down that area coming down. Christmas Day is just spectacular down there with all the tents and things across the grass area in front of the yacht club. And it's a really neat spot, and that a lot of Tauranga people don't know about. But it is actually, it's one, again, one of the few marinas that's actually open all the time. You can wander down and walk down the piers. The only pier that's locked is the one that's got the fuel jetty at the end of it. So we tend to keep that one locked just to stop. I'll have to talk to you probably about public walking down places. With the financial statements, I think they're on part of your pack, and but I'll just sort of a couple of highlights out of that. The turnover we have a financial year in June. The turnover for the past 2 years has been remarkably similar. It's been holding around about 2.4 million, and about a third of that comes from our hard stand area, and of that about 40% of it is from people who don't use the Tauranga Marina or the Sulphur Point Marina. So just to be really clear, there's 2 marinas in Tauranga. One is the Bridge Marina, which you see as you go over the bridge. It's on your left. That's owned in part by the Carter family from Wellington, 25% from the Goodchap Family Trust, and 50% by Cornell Limited. Which ultimately has the Owens Trust as the ultimate shareholder. That's a completely separate organisation to what happens over at Tauranga Sulphur Point Marina, which, as I said, is a co-op owned. And I'm sure our councillors are well aware of the Marine Precinct and that sort of thing is a completely separate organisation from the Tauranga Marina. Come back to the accounts. Just looking through our expenses, we've managed to cope with most of our expenses. Surprisingly, our wages have gone up. I think that's happened pretty much across the board. Our running expenses, electricity and rates have all had, politely, reasonable increases as they've gone through. An outstanding big change for us has been insurance. So, excuse me, in 2023 our insurance was 276,000. In this set of accounts it's 365,000. The bill we've just paid is 419,000. So we had a 52% increase in insurance over 3 years. So, and that's just the nature of marina berths, because we had the old tsunami that's hit some of the marinas up in Tutukaka in particular. Got hit twice by a couple of tsunamis, so it's hard to get insurance for marinas at the moment. One of our other expenses that's exceptional this year is our legal fees. We've had a vexatious claim against us that we've had to go through the courts, which the council's joined in. But that's something that every marina owner is having to contribute to. Our provision for maintenance, there's been $410,000 put aside this year towards the ongoing maintenance of what's going to happen with this new marina. So with some questions about, well, why are we doing maintenance, why are we having a maintenance reserve when we've got a brand new marina going in? And of course we've still got dredging, we've still got rock walls to maintain, we've still got car park to maintain. We still do the maintenance on the building that you guys own. So we just put a new covering on the roof so that after 40 years. So that's rolling on. The balance sheet, so one of the things that, because we're going through this building process, then we have our berth owners contributing money in, and the money's being spent on the marina berths and on the building of the berths. So during this financial period, we saw the completion of A and B, which is that's the other end of the marina. Berths were completed in this financial year, and because we've changed and rejigged the marina, we had to write off the southern side of A pier and move that pier down a little bit. So everyone's made the berths a little bit longer, a little bit wider. We've actually got more rented space now than what we started with, or more leased space. So we've got a better turnover and more utilising of the space. Yeah, that's the old pier. So in the financial statements, we're showing all that in extraordinary items. So we're showing the marina contributions coming in, and what we're being spent on is written off under extraordinary items. It doesn't make the balance sheet because the argument is the berth owners have put it in and paid for it. So the balance sheet looks really screwed up compared to what's happened. It looks like did have $800,000 of creditors, which is quite a scary number for a society that's only turning over 2.4 million. But right at that stage, we're just in the process of ordering the D-pier and E-pier equipment. C-pier was 3/4 built. It's just a timing issue because we're in the middle of this building program. So my expectation is that we've got the C-pier is now completed, we've got D and E underway, half the equipment's here, the actual piers are on their way from France, and give it another couple of years, then we'll start to look at a more regular sort of balance sheet, because we'll have just our normal trade debtors and creditors that'll be on there. As I said, from a landlord's point of view, what do we want to tell our landlord? Have we got a maintenance reserve? Have we got something coming forward? So as at balance date, the maintenance reserve was $1.9 million, and that was represented. Do we have the cash? Yes, some of it. Some of it's tied up into stock because we've got this building process underway, and we've got a timing issue between when we build our D and E pier society members. But we've also, through this building process, we've gone and rather than, there's been a few berths that have been surrendered, but we've needed to jig berths around. So the process of building it is to build about 1/3 of the new marina, shift boats off onto the new marina so that we can build the destructive piece. So we've had in this set of financial statements, there's 44 berths on hand, and that's where a fair bit of this maintenance reserve cash is sitting at the moment. But as soon as we've completed this building process, then those berths will be realised back into cash. So I don't have any issue with that we've got cash available for the maintenance reserve at the point we're going to do the dredging and the rock wall work. So from a perspective of, yes, there's a pot of gold to cover that maintenance reserve going forward. So sorry, I've covered off a whole bunch of things there. There's been some wonderful photos of the drone shots recently of the marina. The Tauranga Yacht Club's the square building right at the very far end, and the council's been doing a bit of work down there with sailability recently. It's another hat, and I'm a yacht club member. But you can see there the rock wall, the new boats. That's the new. Yeah, those are 2 new piers on the end of that photo there. So, like I say, it's an amazing facility. Everybody that comes through from out of town comes down and goes, wow, I wish our marina was looking this good. So.
Thank you, Gary. Do we have any questions of Gary and Ross?
Yeah, thanks, Gary. Just a question, and I've got to say it does, when I went down there and you showed me the new piers, it's a major step up, so I think that's fantastic. My question is just, in the bigger picture, with the 2 marinas, is there a demand likely to exceed supply in the next few years, in the next few decades? You know, where do you sense that's at?
So, nationally, the occupancy of marinas nationally, and this is from a marina committee, all the marinas around Tauranga all got together and had a bit of a party. So nationally, our occupancy is about 86%. This marina is at 100% and has been for a number of years. The Bridge Marina, from what I can see, has over 80%, 75% occupancy. Where is the future of boating going in New Zealand? That's another $100 million question. And yeah, look, we're seeing more and more 7 to 8 metre trailer yachts. They're going to be harder to keep on trailers. They're going to be into marinas. Yeah, certainly I don't see that there's, we're going to be shortage of berth space at some point in the future. Hopefully people are going to keep boating.
So just in terms, there's a management agreement between Tauranga City Council and Tauranga Marina Society. where does the fee that's paid appear in the financials? So
Sorry?
there's a contract that I'm assuming has a cost to somebody. I'm just wondering if that's recorded as a cost in the financials.
There's no management fee paid from the.
So there's a management agreement but no fee.
That's correct.
Okay, I didn't really understand that. Okay.
Yeah, because the management agreement says we want the Tauranga Marina Society to look after all of these piers, maintain them and operate them, make sure that we've got the low cost boating as we can, and operate the hard stand area, which is all under regional council. Like, we've got quite tight controls on what we're allowed to do on that hard stand area. We pay rates, but no, there's no management fee paid to the council for a management fee.
There's an obligation but no fee payable.
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you. I do wonder, I liked the comment in the report, the primary objective of the boat owners provide long-term affordable marine facility for boat owners in the surrounding regions, and I guess if we are... Oh, I read in the report the primary objective of the boat owners was to provide a long-term affordable marine facility for boat owners of the surrounding regions, and I guess if we look at what's happening with the marine precinct, I wonder if that might have been a similar situation, could have been used in the marine precinct with better outcomes than we've currently got. So I guess I look at this and think it looks as though it's a good arrangement that we've got that is pleasing the boat owners and creating a facility for the people of Tauranga, which is appreciated. So that looks as though it's meeting a good purpose. So thank you for that explanation. Thanks for the history. I wasn't aware of it, so that was good to add. Councillor Taylor.
First of all, I'd like to commend you on how you've gone about replacing these berths. Basically doing your own labour essentially and organising it. You've got something there that's probably would have cost you twice, 3 times as much if you'd gone any other way, so congrats on that. Are we allowed to talk about the vexatious court case?
I'm more than happy to.
Is it progressing? Has it got a resolution in sight? Where are we at?
So at the moment, there's the statement of defence from...
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt. We are involved in the judicial review,
Yes.
so it's probably not the right thing to be talking about at this meeting.
Sorry.
Thank you,
You
Martin.
can ask staff if, another forum.
Yeah, we will do need to talk about it, but it'll be at a different forum.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other than my just may say, it's progressing, and our due date is Thursday.
Thank you, Gary. So that being the case, I will move the motion as in the papers, that the Accountability, Performance and Finance Committee receives the report Tauranga Marina Society Financial Statements 2023-24 and the attached financial statements. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Crowther. Do we have any further discussion?
To what Rod said, I think it's a fantastic initiative that's, a key part of Tauranga's infrastructure, so well done to everyone there.
Thank you, Councillor Crowther. There being no further discussion, all those in favour, say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Thank you, Gary and Ross.
Thank you.
So I'll now move on to 9.2, rating categories and rating policy. And welcome Jim Taylor and Catherine Sharplin.
I could just just introduce
Paul.
just to introduce this paper. So, obviously, rating categories and rating policy has been discussed by the council for a number of years. The most recent change was the introduction of the industrial category into this current financial year. Following that, requests have been to look at the potential for transportation targeted rates, potential impacts on what those differentials and categorisations will be. So I'll hand over to Jim, who's the our manager of revenue and expert in rating, to run through.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Mahi, Chair and councillors. As Paul said, on the 16th of September council meeting, council asked staff to bring back further information on 4 questions around rating policy or rates in general. I'd like to note that any guidance that you provide us today will be used in the 2025-26 annual plan process, so that would be very helpful. The 4 questions, the first question was around the whether it's appropriate to fund the transportation activity through the Generate to continue that in the way that other metros do, or whether to look at bringing some or all of the rates budget for the transportation activity into a targeted rate. And so what we've provided is the funding needs analysis for the transportation activity, and that is section 101(3)A of the Local Government Act. Basically the roading and transportation activity is a benefit to the whole community, which would normally be a Generate. However, you can bring some or all of it into a targeted rate if you wish to either make it more transparent or to ring fence that budget for the purpose of transportation. So just noting that bringing it out of the Generate may not necessarily increase the transparency, because you still have a differential on the Generate for each rating category, and that would make it more difficult to benchmark against other metros if we took a sizable portion of the Generate out of the Generate. Also, it would decrease your flexibility, if you like, when you have funding needs issues in the future, if a lot of the budget is tied up in a targeted rate at that point. So the second question you asked was to bring back a better definition for the industrial rating category. And what we provided is some options around introducing further factors that could be used to change which properties are defined in the industrial rating category. So one of them that we brought back is the land area. So you could look at, it's a logical measure factor, which would be very clear, black and white. This, if you're above a certain size, you're in the industrial category. If you're below, then you could be in the commercial category. We've also brought options to describe it in a plain English description for storage, or what properties you would prefer to be in the industrial category. However, noting that that would be open to interpretation, and it would need quite a larger administration effort and more compliance type investigations. The third questions, alternatively what you could do is look at recombining the industrial and commercial rating categories over time. So that would give you a similar result and outcome. The third question that you asked was to bring back further information on the appropriate apportionment of the Generate over each rating category. So what we've done is we've given you some funding impact statement analysis of using the current long-term plan budget and also the IFF budget for the CBD that was initially included. So just giving an idea of what the rating impact would be if you left the apportionment at the current year's apportionment, which is 67% residential, 13% commercial and 20% industrial. Also looking at what it would look like if you continued on with the resolution, which was to move the commercial proportion from 13% to 15% over the next 2 to 3 years, and also looking at what it might look like if it was combined with the industrial category, and you would determine what proportion you would like for the residential and for the combined commercial and industrial. I've also put in a couple of examples of what the impact might look like if you remove 10 million or 15 million from the current long-term plan budget, just to give you an idea of how it might move if you make decisions as part of the 25-26 annual plan. So the fourth question was around the feasibility of a rates calculator on Council's website, so that ratepayers the community could see what the rates might look like in the future. Now, we haven't recommended that you do that at this time, primarily because the staff that would be involved to do that type of development are also involved in the rates SAP project, and it would put that very big project at risk if we had to take some staff off of that to look at it. In saying that, we already have a rates estimator calculator on the website. You just haven't seen it yet because normally it becomes live at the time that you do the annual plan or long-term plan process, and that was a deliberate choice from councils, both the last council and the previous council, because you wanted to make sure that the information on the calculator was up to date for the discussions that you were having at that point in time, rather than extrapolated out where things could change due to quite a number of factors. So we haven't recommended that we do it now, but what we can commit to is to build a 3-year calculator by the time the next long-term plan comes around, and that 3-year calculator would line up with the triennial revaluation, so it would be pretty accurate for those 3 years. It would also line up with the first 3 years of your long-term plan, which you're in total control of. So we could commit to building that after we go live with SAP rates, and then we can put some effort into building that calculator for you in time for the next long-term plan. So I'm open the floor up to questions now about any one of those topics.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. I think it's got a lot of really useful information in it, and gives us some really good options. So, a couple of questions. Do you have any kind of idea of ballpark figure for building this rating calculator, for example?
If it was for the 3-year one, we did build a dynamic calculator in there that can be extended reasonably easy, so it would be more about staff time and effort. We've got the basis in there to do a 3-year calculator. Further out than that would be a bit more difficult, and we could use average percentage increases in budget, but as we, as I've noted, that it can create an estimate which might not be realistic when it comes to that point in time. So we're giving something to the community that we would be constantly changing, and that would take a lot of effort on an ongoing basis.
No, that's good. And then just following up, I just want to be very clear on these differentials and transport and stuff like that. So if you had $1 million residential property and you had $1 million commercial property, exactly the same valuation, land, etc. Are they going to get charged the same amount without the differential?
Are you talking about a transportation?
Yeah, for the transport.
If it came out into a targeted rate, no, we based on the.
So right now, like if you had two of the same without, and we took the differentials away, so 1-to-1, would they be paying the same? What I'm trying to understand is the differential, like when does that get calculated? Do we say that commercial gets a bigger part of the transportation and then we put a differential on again, or?
Yes. Essentially, you would take out the transportation component or some of it relating to whichever parts you wanted. The information that we had that we could evidentially prove was that there should be a ratio of 5-to-1 between the commercial and residential on a targeted rate. The remainder of the general rate, the differential, you would have to choose which differential you wanted on that. It would be harder to benchmark against other councils, but you would choose that based on your section 1013B, which is your decision on the overall impact on the whole community. So
Okay,
you would
so I'm
make that
just trying to
decision.
understand, what is the differential on? Like,
On capital value.
on just like, because you've got various and it's broken down. Is it general rates? It's just a commercial property is 2.1 times the rate of the same residential property, and that's for all line items, or you've got the universal charge. Is that
Right.
Is that got the differential?
So the
on it?
differentials on the general rate, there's no differential on the uniform annual general charge. That is per separately used uninhabited part of any
Yeah.
rating unit. There are differentials of 1.6 on resilience, stormwater, targeted rates, and that was to, if you had $1 million residential and $1 million commercial, based on the taxation benefits, they would both pay essentially the same for those targeted rates. So there are differentials on some targeted rates and a differential on the general rate.
So effectively, in transport side of it, the commercial properties are paying 2.1 and 2.6 times the general rate of the transport. They're not getting double rated on the transport.
No, they're not getting double rated. The component of the transport activity within the general rate does not reach the 2.6 or the 2.1. It takes up a chunk of it, quite a big chunk of it. However, the decision that council makes on the overall impact on the whole community is your decision, and that's the differential that you set. That's why I'm saying if you take out the transportation activity part of the general rate, it will make it more difficult to benchmark against other councils because they have their transportation within the general rate.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's sort of helpful for. I'm just trying to understand how, because I guess when those differentials were brought in, the justification, a lot of that was because of the extra transport cost that those commercial and industrial properties especially create. So it's good to understand, that definition. And I think just from a council's perspective, just to put that in perspective, as you sort of mentioned, Jim, around that 1.6 goes down to be the same, and that's the same here. A 2.6 in industrial is actually 1.6 after GST and tax. So it's 1.6 times the normal residential, and the same with commercial. It's 1.31 times that's a net effect of those differentials. So 1-to-1 is not fair because then they're effectively paying a lot less than a residential.
Councillor Curran.
Thank you, Jim. So the consideration of combining or recombining the commercial industrial, what would the impact on the average commercial property be in doing so, in terms of the increase?
If we carried on looking at the movement from the commercial from 13% to 15% over a number of years, the differential would move from 2.1 to 2.2 to 2.3, and at that point you could look at it being close enough to the 2.6 or so for the industrial and then combine them, or you could change the overall apportionment that you want to get from that combined group. At the moment that would be planned to be 35%. It is 33 at the moment. You could say you could leave it at 33. You could recombine them over time because they would converge. The industrial is likely to pay 20% anyway, and the commercial would merge into that. Now the point of having the fixed apportionments is to create some certainty going forward for the residential and the commercial industrial sectors, so that you don't have large swings with each triennial revaluation, or when you have a budget change, it's fairly consistent over each sector when you have that apportionment as a set amount. Otherwise, you would come back here every year and you would decide on a number of differential. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yeah, sorry, I just interested in your comments, because I guess, you know, you were part of getting us to these differentials, I'm guessing, like you were part of that process. And so, like, what was the sort of thinking or the justification, you know, why is there the commercial and the industrial? Do you think it's fair, for example? So I don't mean to put you on the spot, but is it, we're just trying to get a background as to why we got there.
Okay. This is a decision from council, but the thinking was around there was commentary back in the last council and the previous one about Tauranga's residential community paying more of a share of the rates than other centres, and that was true at that point in time. But to move towards a more equitable position took some fairly chunky increases to get to that point because of the smaller amount of commercial industrial compared to the residential sector. Now, Simpson Grierson recently, at a presentation, analysed the whole of New Zealand, and they looked at the proportions of residential versus commercial industrial over a group of 30 councils, some of which had capital value and some land value. The average was about 65% for residential, with the balance paid by the commercial industrial sector. So a lot of the driver was around an equitable solution about what each sector should pay, and the transportation activity was some of the justification for that.
And then, sorry, just that bit about the commercial and industrial, because I understand no one else in the country does that. Is that right?
There's only one or two small rural, Southland is one of them, councils that have an industrial and commercial category at the moment. Prior to 2002 everyone did, but most councils now just have a single rating category for commercial industrial.
And again, was the justification?
The justification for that at that point was that it was a way of collecting revenue at a collection point within the city for businesses that is particularly related to the port that come into the city, use the city's roads, create environmental issues and other issues, and that would be a collection point for revenue from these ratepayers from outside of the city, if you like. And it also took into consideration the cost of living crisis, which was impacting the hospitality sector in particular. So the previous council didn't want to move the commercial up at that point in time as a result of the economic cycle at that point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And I think our CEO wanted to add a little bit to the justification. Marty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I saw Paul with his finger poised as well, so we never made eye contact, but so there was a view that some of the large industrial sites and large industrial organisations that were having a significant impact and impost on our community weren't necessarily paying their fair share. And this approach was seen as a way to try and distinguish between wider commercial users and those heavy industry users that were having a significant impact, not necessarily just on transport, but transport was a driver, a large driver, but there were wider impacts too. So Paul, I'm not sure whether you want to add to that.
That was pretty much exactly what I was going to say, together with the point that Jim did allude to around, you know, we still are low on a commercial differential basis relative to other metros, and at the time, the economic conditions impacting on some of those commercial businesses were seen as not wishing to increase that at that particular point in time as well.
Thank you, Marty.
Yes, sorry, and you guys believe that there's justification between that 2.1 and the 2.6, like that's a fair reflection as to the extra transport, the damage, roads, etc. Well, we just heard from Jim, it's five times the impact for those businesses. So is that?
I'd suggest that it was a reasonably blunt tool that may well have captured some industries and organisations that it wasn't necessarily intended to, because I guess the approach has grouped some organisations in the industrial category where their impact might not necessarily be the same as a couple of the large ones that we see over on the port side of the harbour.
I'm actually going to ask, we have had a request for Councillor Morris to have a word, so I will and then come back to you, Councillor Turek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm feeling very professional on this side of the table this morning. I was reading the transportation paper and the justification for a transport targeted rate, and it caused a question to occur in my mind around, and I don't think it'll be able to be answered today because it's reasonably technical, but I'd love to know the amount of port land that is able to be rated and the amount of port land, including reclamation I suppose, but not wharves, that is unable to be rated because it's classified as quayside. And in terms of that transport work, what the impact of that one entity is on the transport network in terms of cost. And I appreciate the former governors here attempted to balance the impact with the industrial rate, for which I'm, as a residential ratepayer, quite grateful. But Jim, I'm to your point earlier, Madam Chair, I'm not very succinct. Do you get my question?
Yes, and we can certainly provide information about the rates on the port itself and the port-owned land. They are a significant ratepayer. The previous council did consider exactly what you talked about there, Steve, about the impact of the transportation that reaches the port and comes from the port back to the warehousing within Tauranga City, that type of thing. And what we found, and what all of the reports that we've provided to you that you requested about around this topic, was that we just don't have that level of granularity and information available. And in fact, all of those reports were written on studies done over the whole of New Zealand, and they were very general. We probably underestimate the amount of impact on our roads here with having the largest port, but it is very difficult to get that information, even if you had the resources and money to do it. It's not an easy exercise, but can certainly give you the information about the port rates. And I'd just like to note that with the other councils around New Zealand, and I've given you some benchmarks for the larger ones, the ones that we benchmark against, and we are the lowest differential for the general rate with all the ones we benchmark with. And even going a bit further afield than that, you've got like Porirua, who have 3.1, we've got 2.6 and 2.1. We've got Hutt City, 3.5. The councils that have got land value, their differentials are much higher. They're up at the 4%, 3.8, 4.84, that type of thing. So it is the transportation activity is part of the question, but there is a wider question on the impact on all of our activities within council from having the industrial and commercial sector.
Thank you, Jim. And just for the minute taker, I think I did get your questions.
I struggled to get it.
That's good, and that is an action that we will get information back on the area of port land that is able to be rated, and also that. But you said that the impact from the Port of Tauranga on transport costs was a little bit harder to come back to us on. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, technically that's a difficult exercise.
Yeah, of course, yeah, thank you. Councillor Turek.
In terms of addressing the unintended consequences where smaller commercial inverted commas properties were subjected to the industrial inverted commas rate, and the administrative difficulties expressed in the report, and looking at the option of recombining the two, What's your personal view on that approach in order to perhaps make the whole regime a little bit fairer? Because we did, over the last few months, particularly when the rates bills went out, there's quite a high level of dissatisfaction.
Can I just interrupt before you do politely try to answer? I think from asking the staff for a personal view on things that have been directed by council is probably not, it puts them on the spot a little bit. So I'm happy that Jim answers from a...
If he's happy to.
Well, no, even there, we are asking staff to take direction from council, which they have been doing in the past. So personal view is not necessarily going to help us to say how we should go forward. So do you want to reframe that to say how might we manage the questions we're getting from residents, from our people, about the blunt instrument that Jim has described that he's got and how we should manage those?
So, Jim, would it be unreasonable to recombine the two in terms of addressing some of those unintended consequences?
From an administration point of view, it would be much simpler, obviously, just to have the one, and it would be very clear cut. Yeah, if you're not residential, then you're commercial industrial. So that choice is really up to you. Looking at as the approach a similar differential, that might be something that you want to consider. And whether it's fair and equitable to have a very small margin in differential, or whether it makes sense to recombine them. But that, as the chair said, it's really up to council.
So just a bit more clarification around the administrative issues and the degree of work involved in, firstly identifying properties, and you've had some suggested criteria there. So how relatively easy would that be to administer if it chose to go down that path rather than recombine them?
If you're using a straightforward factor that's evidential and can't be disputed, and it's land use, so we've got the land use code in the district valuation role, and you use a combination of area, then again that's not in dispute for anyone. So that would be very easy to implement into a system because it would be a logical decision and it would be able to be programmed. And if there's anything that needs subjective analysis, that's a little bit trickier.
And I know when we last discussed this, I brought up an image of a multi-unit development, very small individual units, and some of the submissions that we had in correspondence we had from the tenants or owners of those buildings, where it was basically used as private storage, etc., and the businesses operate from there. Don't have large trucks driving in and out. There's no actual parking for large trucks. It's all small subcontractors and other suppliers and businesses that clearly aren't industrial. So that square metre area in the report, you put a lot of effort into sort of looking at that figure in terms of actually addressing the vast majority of those smaller industrial or commercial units. The number's fairly accurate in terms of capturing that.
Yes, that analysis is done on the district valuation roll. For the individual rating units we're talking about, if you're looking at a larger rating unit that has multiple storage facilities within it, that is a larger rating unit and it wouldn't fall into the smaller area definitions.
In the report, it's separately identified those actual, you had a number there of the storage facilities, but that would be captured as well.
That was Google search, so that wasn't a logical definition. That wasn't something that was a logical grouping. It was simply Google search storage facilities within Tauranga, and it was 11. There was 11 facilities within there, but they're all larger rating units, so they wouldn't be captured by an area factor as such. You would have to do something additional to that to get them in there if you wanted.
And that could be addressed via those business owners approaching council and requesting a reconsideration in terms of industrial versus commercial.
Under the current definition, they are classified as industrial in the district valuation role, industrial storage. So that wouldn't necessarily change unless you went to a plain English description, in which case we would have it would have to be available for the whole community, and you would have that additional resourcing, and you would have to do it, that subjective analysis rather than a logical, evidential-based one.
Thank you. Mahe.
Yeah, I'm interested, Jim, in this table. You've split it down by land use, and you've got 71 food, drink, tobacco. For example, there's all the different building materials, engineering, metal. So, like, those I'm guessing come from the valuation role. Is that right? And how much can we rely on those numbers? Are they accurate, or as to what the actual use is?
The commercial industrial rating units are valued by our valuers and VSP individually. So at the point of time of each revaluation, they are absolutely correct because they'll have analysed each separate unit. It can change over the 3 years between each revaluation, in which case the customers ratepayers can come to us and say we don't believe that we should be in that land use code, and that's where we had something on our website to say that if you want to dispute your land use, you can come to council, and we have a process to work through that with the ratepayer and the valuers to get to the right answer on the use at that point in time.
And would you send someone out, like if someone said, oh, no, I'm not using it for a retail, I'm now a storage unit, would you send someone out to check that it was a storage?
We've got a matrix that we can show you, and we would do that even if it was kept as the parameters, as the land use code and an area code. We would do that for any ratepayer that had a dispute. We would talk to them initially, get the information. If we thought it required a site visit, we would do that, and we would talk to the valuers, and we'd come to a logical conclusion with the ratepayer and then give them the answer that we've got at that point.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
Thank you, Jim, for the helpful report as always. I'm just interested, you talk about you put out some options, and on one of them you're sort of talking about the 68%, presumably because, and correct me if I'm wrong, but because you thought it might be too steep and increased if you combine them to sort of go higher. But is there a reason, if we were to combine it, that we could still go to the 66% for residential and just have a 34, however that's made up, combined individually?
There was no specific reason for that. It was to give you an indication of what the movement on the rest of the community would be if you used those levers, and it was at either side of the 65, 68, current 67. So it's to give you a feel for what impact it would have on the other ratepayers if you chose those levers.
So depending on what we sort of say in the next little part of the meeting, that will indicate what you would come back in terms of a more detailed analysis. You've sort of put out a few sort of potential options, and we can refine that a little bit.
That's correct, and we would do that through the long-term plan and annual plan process, where you have an understandable budget, and that we also would be able to work out what replaces the IFF amount that was in the original long-term plan budget, so that you would have more accurate numbers at that point. And that does bring up a point about the other things you've got here. If you want to do all of them at the same time, you're going to have multiple options per times number of tables. That could make it quite difficult to come to a decision. So just think about that when you want to think about what you want to do today and what guidance you want to give us to bring back to the 25-26 annual plan process.
And follow up just with the IFF. Are we saying the numbers in here for all the options that you presented in the appendix document or whatever it is, attachment, do they all relate to the old Te Manawataki included? So there's a chunk of that will be still there for transport, and that will be lower than expected as well, am I correct? Because we've got less transport project funding than anticipated. So we'd have to take out the Te Manawa-Taki IFF and part of the projected transport IFF.
That's correct. What we've used is what we have right now in the long-term plan budget, plus the IFF that was originally planned for the Te Manawa. So when you make decisions on what replaces that, then you'll get more accurate modelling that you can look at for your apportionment options or anything else you want to look at. It's part of the 1013B impact on the overall community.
And the other question I had was regards to transport. Excuse me. Is there any major downside that you would see if we did have a targeted rate for transport? That we took a similar approach to the IFF, because I mean, to me, part of the challenge here is that there's a complexity of trying to incorporate using a number of, not just one blunt tool, but maybe a number of blunt tools, and the more tools you have, and the more layers there are, to me, the more sort of inbuilt margins of error that compound potentially if we get it wrong. And so, to keep it simple, if we wanted to have a combined commercial industrial rate, but a separate targeted transport rate, and to actually look at the IFF as effectively, to all intents and purposes, like a subcomponent of that. I know it's not on the books, but in terms of the total transport budget, you would have a on-the-books component that would be the largest and an off-the-books component. Could you use the same type of, if you like, a transport differential? So you'd have just a commercial industrial differential for everything else, and then you would have a transport differential, which would be a different differential, and that would be, because you've effectively got that for the IFF. So could you do that for the transport targeted rate?
If you did bring out some of the transportation activity into targeted rate, then it would have the same differential as the IFF TSP. The TSP only funds about 20% of the roading projects. So you would have the TSP of balance books on one side, 5-1. You would have the similar for the transportation budget that you wish to take out of it. But what it would do was it would mean that the differential on the commercial, the remaining differential, would be difficult to benchmark against anything, because you've moved a large chunk of it out. It would also be ring fenced, so you couldn't use that funding for any other funding issues that you had in the future. So you could do any of those things, and that's how you would likely do it if you wanted to make it in layers of components.
Point of clarification, are you suggesting that the benchmarking, I haven't quite followed that, so, and I understand you put it in the report, but is the benchmarking concern the differential number itself, or is it the percentage of the general rate paid for by that sector?
It could be either. So we would no longer be similar to the other metros, so you wouldn't be looking at what we benchmark against them as far as differential goes. If you look at the proportion amount, the proportion amount would be on the balance of the budget, which would be significantly lower than if it had the transportation budget within it. It would just be more difficult to explain, possibly.
Couldn't you do, I mean, just
you can't
plucking a number sort of in between the 2.1 and the 2.6. If you did something like 2.3, 2.4, couldn't you actually just have basically a margin on top? So that would be the differential, that would be the comparison, and then you would just have an extra Tauranga transport margin on top of that. So you would still have the benchmark, you'd still have the percentage, but you would just put effectively that's what we're suggesting. We being the council, the commissioners, people who've been implementing this policy up to now, effectively that's the goal.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be a more refined way of doing it?
You could do it that way, and you could proportion the balance of the general rates and keep that certainty and the impact of the revaluations within that. That would be something that you could choose to do.
Thank you, Jim, for the detailed answers. Marty was suggesting Paul might want to have a conversation about the IFF on transport?
Yeah, just through you, Madam Chair, I think it's something that we will need to address because we currently are essentially levying our community for some projects that are not going to be delivered at the time that we expected or at all until such time as the business case is agreed by NZTA. But Paul, are you able to expand on what our plan is to address that?
Yeah, sure. So we're currently seeking a steering group meeting with Crown Infrastructure Partners, or whatever they're called now, in terms of looking to effectively approach it as an amendment to the Ordering Council. So the Ordering Council is set which names 14 projects that are able to be funded under the TSP IFF. Now, with the change in the National Land Transport Program and subsequent NZTA funding, some of those projects are no longer funded, and therefore what we're looking to do is seek a change in order of council to be able to amend the projects that we fund that are now aligned with the National Land Transport Program. So that unfortunately is quite a lengthy process to work through.
Councillor Crowther. Thank you, Paul.
Well, can you clarify then? My understanding was that as each project was approved, that the sort of like there was the sort of the framework of the IFF, but as each project came on stream, that portion of the IFF was picked up as funding. So it wasn't that you got $177 million stuck in the bank account, but you get a project one, you pick up 13 million, whatever the number is. Next project, you get 21 million. So have we, firstly, how much have we collected so far in terms of the actual, the financing, the debt on behalf of the ratepayers? And then secondly, what projects have we actually got money for that we are not likely to be doing?
I'll have to bring you back on more detailed information in terms of the actual projects. What I can say is approximately 50% will be drawn down in this calendar year in terms of the 177 million. I think the important thing is the program that is supported by the 177 million is an $816 million program, made up of other funding streams, the most notable being NZTA. So the issue that we have that we need to rebalance that is that without having a large portion of that NZTA funding confirmed, that leaves that funding out for those projects. So we want to change the projects that are still meeting the definition of citywide and still, so the process we have to go through to do it is to firstly confirm that they still sit within the parameters of the citywide IFF levy, so they have to be assessed from a beneficiary perspective. Then we need to seek a change in ordering council effectively to maximise that funding available. But you are correct in terms of the drawdown is staged over time, but the projects that we were drawing down on, some of them don't have the full funding stack confirmed anymore.
So just a point of clarification, at the appendix, at the end of that document, the government document that is presumably the Order on Council, which has at the end of that it shows the 525 million repayments over 30 years. Are you suggesting that because that went through that process, the people of Tauranga are still paying according to that same matrix?
That's correct, and that's why we need to make sure that we've got the projects aligned and have the delivery.
No, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, and just to sort of dig into that a little bit, because my understanding was, although those 14 projects were sort of earmarked, that it was just purposefully flexible, so that, for example, you could put that 177 million towards 2 projects rather than spread it over the 14, as long as they met the criteria. Is that still the case?
That's correct. So to some degree. So there were originally it started as 11 projects. We added additional projects because we knew this may happen for some. There are, however, individual limits on the amount, and that's to ensure that citywide coverage is maintained so that it can be a citywide levy. So we can't if 5 projects stop, we can't take the money from that and apply it to one. It has to still fit within the individual caps for the projects as well.
They can't all be in Papa Mara.
Do we have a sort of a range, like, if we put the maximums into each project, like how many we'd actually have to deliver? Is it?
Yeah, I think we can bring that information back to you, which will show what, with the change in program, the maximum we can push it up, and the proposed change of program to actually ensure that we maximise and draw everything we can out of that levy.
Yeah.
We can bring that back.
Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. So I think, number one, we've just been asked to speak more clearly into our microphones, please. It's difficult to hear where some of our conversations, but also just recording that as an action that will bring back is that going to be some options on how we look at the IFF?
That's correct in terms of to maximise the IFF drawdown.
Bring back some options to maximise IFF. Thank you, Paul. And so thank you very much for the detail, and thanks for your help in getting us up to speed with this challenging, complex but very important part of our role. So great detail provided. Thank you, staff. And I would... so we've got a motion in our papers that I'm happy to move. It's quite a long one, so I'm going to ask that it's put up on the screen. Thank you, Amy. I would like to note that on E, I would like to suggest that recommends that council direct staff to bring back a brief business case to develop the rates estimated calculator, just so that we are with the staff costs, so we don't say yes we'd like it and then it kills you. So we'd just like to make sure that's feasible from your perspective, please. So brings back a brief business case. Yeah, yes, correct. Are people happy? Are my members happy with that addition? Thank you, Mayor Mahe. Any conversation on the motion that hasn't already been discussed? Thank you. Councillor Roseboom.
Yeah, I'd just thank you, Chair. I'd just like to thank the staff for their efforts on this. What we've asked you to do is quite challenging. I know rates is a very blunt tool to achieve an outcome for the entire city. The clarification between the commercial and the industrial is a challenge, to try and put the correct business in the right category so we don't cripple them and we help promote business in Tauranga is what we're trying to achieve here. And yes, the industrial people have made the least amount of complaints. I'm assuming that they feel they're in about the right place. It's the commercial sector that's really commenting to us quite directly that they're upset about what's happened. So I know this is a challenging subject, and if we all work amicably together, we'll get to a result where we can all sort of portray it to the ratepayers. Is this what we're trying to do to achieve a better Tauranga? But no, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Roseboom. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you, staff. And I guess I'll just sort of say thank you to staff and to the commissioners for carrying on the work of the previous, I think, 2 councils that were moving in this direction. I think this is a huge shift in Tauranga's funding scenarios. I think it's just an absolute game changer. Without this, we would be absolutely, as you guys know in the finance team, we would be really in the shit. So this is critical. I think we're at the fine-tuning phase, probably, you could say, compared to where it started off. But I think probably my sense of where previous councils have been is probably where we're at, which is that to try to keep it within what comparable councils are doing. In that sense, I think that 66% does seem to tick a few boxes in terms of Hamilton comparable councils in growth areas. It's also seems to be somewhere in the middle compared to say Auckland or Wellington, which are perhaps a bit more extreme So I can kind of see, in terms of presenting us with options, you know, an option around that area would probably be good, which would mean the 34. And I think we're not at the point of where we seem to be crystal clear on whether to separate it out. But my own personal view would be to present an option that shows a combined commercial differential incorporating the industrial, but to look at what we could do in the simplest possible way to capture that transport margin that seems to be something which is perhaps a little unique to Tauranga. I don't know if that's literally true, but it seems that we have a disproportionate number of people coming from outside the region because of our out of proportion port, and other factors actually. And so I think that to me is where the sweet spot would probably be, if we could keep it as simple as possible with a comparable combined differential, probably would, to get away from some of this industrial versus commercial stuff. I feel uncomfortable about moving away from what the industrial category is, because the moment we get into crossing that line, I think we could have other unintended consequences, and there'd be people who'd be saying, well, I don't like my particular, you know, commercial zoning because if I use it to sleep at night, and you know, and before you know it, you'd open up a can of worms, in my view. So I'd rather we keep it simple at our end, and that way people don't try to, you know, to negotiate around the rates. So yeah, thank you, and hopefully we can get this looking good in the annual plan. I'm certainly in favour of just Tauho on the calculator until you have time to put it into place, staff, as a 3-year thing.
Yeah, I actually agree with a lot of the comments of Councillor Crowther. You know, this is a blunt tool and it's never going to be perfect. But I actually think, you know, when you look at all the information, you look at how it's landed, you know, the status quo effectively, you know, around that 2.1, 2.6, I'm open to combining those, but I do feel like that gives you a little bit more of a fair assessment of you know, what the industrial units are actually creating, you know, more of an issue from a transport perspective, because generally they have the heavier transport. You know, I do also respect that we have found the collateral damage, I guess, of that, you know, for units that aren't necessarily using that. But in saying that, you know, it is a blunt tool, and you know, there is going to be people get caught up. I think what we have seen is we've seen huge increases to get to these differentials, and I actually believe that, you know, now we've got there, that you know, the incremental increases that are going to actually be fairly well, you know, similar to the residential rates. You know, we're not going to get as much of a complaint going forward, just because it was a shock, and we accept, and also in a pretty hard financial environment, that we've had that shock now, and it was hard, and we accept that, but that going forward, you know, those just the normal increases, that maybe it's you know, that some of that noise will go away, and they'll kind of understand. So I'm pretty comfortable with where we're at in that status quo. As I say, very happy to hear anything else. But as soon as we try to get cute with this, and we try to, you know, look after some ratepayers over other ratepayers, you know, we just actually complicate things and make it harder for everyone, I believe. And I think just that certainty, you know, if you're buying an industrial property, you know what the level is, and we're not having to go around and check whether there's new usage and all that sort of thing. So, you know, I think we just keep it as a fairly simple blanket thing, and you know, as people go forward, they'll make decisions on knowing what the rules are. And I think overall, I'm supportive of where, you know, where we've got to, and what you know, past decisions have got us in a pretty good spot. Certainly from a residential ratepayer's point of view, it's a much fairer place to be.
Thank you, Mayor Mahe. Councillor Correct?
Yes, I think as expressed by the Mayor, the timing couldn't have been much worse because, we're in a very difficult economic situation. A lot of businesses are struggling and even going under. So they certainly feel the additional rates, and to a lot of businesses it's significant. So I think what will happen, this review will actually be a trigger for those affected by it to express their views and discontent around the level of rate increases, because, as I said, they have been very significant. But I suppose when you consider the comparison with other councils, we're not being unreasonable if that's a legitimate, reason to introduce it. Because I know years ago we went through a review process. Tauranga TCC used to have a differential, and we looked fairly closely at quite a wide range of criteria to establish the continuing or the continuation of the differential, and we made a decision to remove it because we couldn't justify it. So it's certainly interesting to be in this place now. But I do support the differential on the tax reasons in itself, because it makes it easier for businesses to pay because it's deductible and the GST is rebated. So I look forward to the annual plan process and the number of submitters on this, and so I think the current regime could be tweaked to, as identified in the report, and quite justifiably so, but it's where we get at, and the public will certainly help to guide us in that direction to come to the right place.
Thank you, Councillor Kurek. So the motion is on the table. I have moved it. Mayor Drysdale has seconded it. Can I ask all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you, and thank you very much to the team that put together all that information and asked the questions. So we're now going to 9.3, Quarterly Financial Monitoring Report, September 2024. Paul, Catherine and Tracy, welcome.
And Susan Braid.
Sorry?
Susan Braid as well.
Oh. Thank you. Welcome, Susan.
Belongs to the end of September. They cover the operational expenditure performance, capital program performance, including the key strategic projects, and a section on treasury compliance as well. So I'll hand over to Tracy and Susan.
Welcome.
Good morning. This is the first quarterly financial monitoring report for the financial year. It is also the first monitoring report to this committee. This report provides a high-level overview of financial results for operations, capital and borrowings. As this is a monitoring report, there are no substantive decisions required. The format of this report is similar to that provided for the Commission and also similar to that provided for the previous Council. We can, of course, provide results and information however you would find most helpful as a governance group. So your feedback is...
Can you just pull your thing down a little bit? Or just bring it down a little bit. Just, I'm struggling to hear a bit from the other end, apparently.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
But your feedback in terms of the content of this report is absolutely welcome. In terms of operating results, the table in paragraph 14 shows a high-level view of results for the first quarter. For clarity, in that table, in relation to the column showing the variance of forecast to annual plan budget, a positive number means better than budget and a negative variance means worse. That being the case, for the first quarter, the operating deficit, net of growth interest and Tariko West, is $5.4 million better than annual plan year to date. Currently, the full year forecast is $2.8 million better than annual plan. The annual plan includes budgeted savings of approximately $15 million in total, which is $10 million more than we normally budget. We always budget a salary saving component. So in the current year we have budgeted $11 million in salary savings and $4 million elsewhere. Year to date, these savings are being achieved overall, and a project is underway to assign the assumed savings to specific expenditure items to enable us to track progress. Moving to attachment 1, it provides a profit and loss at a lower level of detail with some variance information. The P&L classifications are based on those we are required to use for compliance purposes, so nothing should come as a surprise when you come to look at the annual report next year. That P&L report has a number of columns. The first 4 relate to data for the year-to-date position, so the first 3 months of the financial year. The second 4 columns relate to the full year, with 3 different versions, if you like, of a full year budget. There's the adopted annual plan, which is our compliance comparator. There is a revised budget and a forecast budget. This format also provides, or displays, I suppose, the adjustment related to Tauriko West and the interest on growth debt. The most material variances are called out in the text of the report and the commentary to the P&L. That is pretty much it for the operating part. I'll take the rest of it as read. I'm not sure if you want to move on to Susan now or to talk about operating.
I think I'll just make sure that are there any questions for that part of the report, Mayor Mahay?
Yeah, just really from a clarification, like this table in 14, I think I'd just like to see another column in there to understand that, you know, the full year variance isn't able to be calculated from the numbers we've got there. I think we need a revised budget or I'm not sure what the number I'm missing there is, but
which page are you on?
Sorry, this is page 59.
Through the chair, so it's missing the full year forecast.
Yeah, just so we can see, because I understand, you know, obviously the year to date and the year to date annual plan, you know, that makes a lot of sense because you're comparing them, but the year to date has some assumptions and decisions in it, which we don't actually have, we can't see in that table. So yeah, I think so that full year is the agreed annual plan budget that's in that table. Is that right?
Yep.
So we just need the revised. Yeah, or full. So, and sorry, can you just clarify that that second table, the forecast versus the revised?
Yes, I can. The revised budget is the approved budget but not the adopted budget. So you adopt a budget and then council makes various decisions which change the ballpark, if you like. So that becomes the revised budget. It includes carry forwards as well from the prior year.
So what's the forecast budget?
The forecast is the revised budget plus our latest expectations of where we'll sit at the end of the year.
Okay. Yep. No, that's
very subjective.
Yeah, no, thank you. Good clarification. Yeah.
So just on that, so we call, you're calling that a revised budget, but it's not an approved budget. It's probably sensible to have can we use terminology that we can all...
Yeah, so for clarity, like the annual plan budget is
Yep.
the first budget that's
Yep.
adopted. There may be decisions made by council after that time for unbudgeted expenditure or bring forwards or changes that may occur through the year. That becomes the revised budget. The forecast is what staff work through and say we see these trends and that's where we think things are going to project things are going to land for the year.
So that would be, for example, you see interest rates going down
Exactly,
more than you
exactly.
expected,
Yeah.
and therefore that would be your forecast, but there's no decision.
Correct, or development contributions are higher than what we actually set when we set the budget originally. We see that number going up, and that's revised in a forecast. So it's fair to say for the first quarter, that forecast becomes more accurate as you move through the year because you've got more actuals effectively supporting supporting that.
So can I just ask, so the latest forecast has taken into account the changes from the approved budget? So we've seen we've got an approved budget and then there are things we might say need to happen, and the latest forecast includes those plus your assumptions. So that's the column where your thinking is the most likely outcome for the year.
That's right.
Including anything you've learnt after the approved budget.
That's right.
That's right. I mean, it's fair to say that the forecast budget does have a level of subjectivity.
100%, yeah. Right. Councillor Crowther. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm aware probably half the room have more accounting knowledge than I have because I only got stage 2. But would it be helpful to kind of go annual plan, then revised, then forecast from left to right? Because I know we've talked about that before. If there's a reason not to, I'm very open to that. But I'm just thinking we've got a number of different spreadsheets and documents, and I've noticed some of them go from left to left to left. Some go left to right to left or something, you know, if you're going in chronological sequence. I just wonder if that would overcome some of the the terminology issues as well, that if you can kind of always know that if it goes towards the right, it goes towards the future and left is more the past. Tell me if there's a genuine reason not to, though.
So in terms of the attachment, the slightly more detailed P&L, I completely agree with you, Councillor. I think that is an excellent thing to do. In terms of the summary that's in the body of the report, our intention there was to keep things a bit tighter. So if you wish, I can include more columns or do whatever in there, but I wasn't looking to replicate the full 8-column view.
No, possibly just what the news.
But I think what we'll do is we'll take, and these got just correct me if I'm wrong, Tracy, but the view is historic to most recent, is what I'm hearing, left to right.
Yeah.
We'll adopt that unless there's a reason why, for some, I don't know what it would be, and we'll let you know what that was the case in the future. Is that applicable?
Perfect.
Yeah, and I think just that one extra column so
Yep.
we can calculate that variance. That's good, thank you.
And we have action of that, thank you. Okay, so we can progress, thank you. Welcome.
Just on the capital side, the forecast that you're seeing in the attachment for quarter one, that 554 million, that was based on the revised LTP budget of 583 million. At that council meeting last week, being the 29th of October, a lower reforecast budget of 501 million was agreed. So that was to ensure that TCC remains within its LGFA limits. So you can expect to see that reforecast number reducing in subsequent monitoring reports. And also just calling out the first quarter spend for projects is typically the slowest quarter. I think last year we had achieved around 84 million spend in quarter one. This year we've achieved 112 million, so well on track for achieving that 500 million delivery this year.
Thank you. Susan, any questions? Councillor Crowther?
Yes, Susan, on page 65 of the document, under the capital program financial year, 25 financial year, it talks about FY24 actuals to date, annual plan budget, revised budget, etc. Am I correct? Is that FY24 or 25? Because above we're talking about FY25 with those
So we're
numbers.
talking FY25, current financial year.
So the FY24 on the left-hand side in that table or whatever, that's just a typo. Oh, that's right. Oh, cool. Okay. I just want to make sure I was understanding this. So if I just backtrack to paragraph 28, again, just to sort of make sure I'm understanding, the $1.46 billion gross debt, you then add the 54 million, is that right? And then you get to 1.51 billion of gross debt. Is that the correct interpretation of that paragraph 28? Like it says there has been an additional 54 approved, or is that 54 already incorporated in that 1.46.
We're rearranging chairs, thank you.
The 1.46 is the LTP approved debt balance, and then I've just noted on there that you did approve the additional 54 million, but I haven't included it in the total because we're yet to see where we land, and that will come through as we forecast throughout
Yeah,
the
but sort of as a notional starting point, it'll be around that 1.5. I notice on the graph that net debt is getting closer to gross debt for this coming financial year. So are we sort of seeing not much? There's not much difference at that point. It was hard to see what the numbers were on the graph. But
I always budget net debt to be very close to gross debt because it's hard to anticipate how much cash we're going to hold at year end. We're quite at the mercy of the timing of central government grants coming in, and the big chunky rates instalments don't come in close to that year end date, so I don't budget to hold a lot of cash. But the last couple of years we have ended up holding a lot of cash just because we've had a lot of money flow in right on that very last day of the financial year.
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? That being the case, thank you very much, Susan and Tracy, and Paul and Cherie. So we have a recommendation on page somewhere 43. No, sorry, wrong page. That's not the one we want. So the recommendation to receive the report, quarterly financial monitoring report, September 2024. I'm happy to move that. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Roseboom. Any further discussion on receiving that report? That being the case, all those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much for that detail, staff. 9.4 annual credit review results from Standard & Poor's Global Ratings. Looks like we've got Paul introducing and Cherie and Catherine.
I'll talk to.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
So Standard & Poor's Global provided our rating mid-October. Not unexpectedly, they confirmed the rating, but put us onto a negative outlook. That is reason not unexpected is it's a similar result to Hamilton, which is probably in the most similar financial position to where we are in some ways. What that means, and I'll just draw your attention to the some of the commentary on the report, is that there were two fundamental reasons for the negative outlook. One is how they define as a weakening of institutional framework for local government, and the second being weaker fiscal outcomes than their previous reports. In terms of what that means, is the higher debt levels than what they saw when they have done their previous reviews. So what they have done is they outline two scenarios, an upside and a downside scenario. The upside, which means that they would remove the negative outlook, could be based on a strengthening of institutional framework and or a improvement in what they call the after capital account deficit, which is effectively saying that they're looking at the revenue and debt balance of council, and if they saw that improving, they would remove the negative outlook. In the event that they see that continuing through our next annual plans and long-term plans, they would look potentially to downgrade us to an A rating, which is still within the LGFA framework, albeit at the lower end of rated councils. So with that, I can take any questions.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions? Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I just the comment under paragraph 9, council's outlook could be revised back to stable if balance after capital account metrics and debt burdens improve. And I'm just thinking of this, the debt burdens, the way that wording is. I mean, is that at all realistic unless we put up rates significantly to kind of, cut off some of that projected debt? Because I guess I'm just looking at where we're at in terms of debt limits, and it won't affect, if we get the higher LGFA debt ratio, it won't affect the burden. So yeah, is that the only way that you would realistically see that we could actually reduce that burden?
I think in terms of potential bespoke covenants, it still will impact on the debt burden, and it still will impact on standard. Whilst it allows LGFA to lend us more, it will still be reflected in the Standard & Poor's credit rating. So fundamentally, you're correct. Is that the two of the ways to do it is to increase revenue, reduce your cost, or apply more debt retirement, which could be through, for example, operational cost savings, which are then, at the rate is still kept up to retire debt. But fundamentally, what they're saying is that they're seeing the debt being higher relative to the revenue, and the way to remove that negative outlook is to improve that position, which is fundamentally reduce debt or increase revenue.
Thank you, Paul. There being Councillor Carrick.
Thank you, Paul. Downside risk. I'm quoting, council's credit rating could be revised down if changes to central government policy undermine council's financial plans and performance. Is that sort of talking about potential legislation to limit rate increases or whatever? I've heard discussion around trying to rein in council spending. What does that refer to?
Look, it's a very broad comment, and it really covers anything that's going to affect council's financial position. So it could be how water reform is enacted. It could be limits on revenue increases. It could be additional burdens on councils through policy frameworks. It's a very, very broad comment. Yeah.
Okay. The next.
Maybe an ask covering from the in case anything happens they don't see coming.
Technical term.
Non-militarily.
The other one reference to historical underinvestment, and I've heard this expression used out there, and I can't recall who I could attribute it to, but it's an interesting term coming from this organisation around that. Have you got any insight into how they establish historical underinvestment? Because when I look at, say, the rates increases in the last 20 years are massive. Any idea what they use to establish that term?
No, it'd be not specifically, but a rating agency will look at it very black and white and look at the revenue levels relative to the level of debt, and we know New Zealand local government debt is high relative to world peers, and it really just reflects that what they would look like from their rating metrics would desire a higher level of revenue. I couldn't comment any more than that on it.
Sure. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Councillor Carrick. No other discussion, therefore I'm happy to move the motion that the Accountability, Performance and Finance Committee receives the report annual credit review results from Standard & Poor's Global Ratings. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Crowther, thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Crowther?
Yep. I think we're going okay at the moment in terms of didn't get the big cut from Standard & Poor's, but I think we all know we're in a really tough position financially, and I guess I'm really keen for the messaging from the council to be very clear with us as elected members taking the lead on that to our communities, to the people out there, to make sure that they understand the context for this. In a way, it doesn't matter quite so much how we got here. The issue is that there have been all sorts of factors involved, and we have to make some pretty tough decisions in this annual plan. And I think this is just another angle on that. There are various angles. One of them is the rates affordability. One of them is just the need to deliver community infrastructure. A whole lot of different lenses we can look at it, but this one is one that we definitely need to keep a watch on, and hopefully through some I'd say some delicate pruning and maybe a few cuts to big capital projects, we can actually keep that debt under control and keep the rates burden under control. I think it's going to be tough, but I think we're all keen to do that the best we can. I think it's just really important that people of Tauranga understand that we want to work together on this.
Big job.
Thank you, Councillor Crowther, and I have a feeling that there is a feeling across right around the room for those sentiments and working together to achieve those. So no further discussion. I ask all those in favour of the motion to say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Just looking at the time, we probably should have a little break now, please, because I do know that the next paper has an attachment of 177 pages, so it's not one we're going to be able to quickly go through. So can we resume at 11:45, please? Thank you.
I like sitting on this side of the table. Really
Well, Jeremy will take you to the one that counts anyway. How many of those 177 reports are you going to refer to pages? Is it?
Paper page.
Welcome
Yeah,
back.
right.
Thank you for taking the break, and welcome to everyone in the room today. So we're going to start with 9.5, action and investment plans and long-term plan actions monitoring. We've got, I think, Jeremy in place of Christine and Sarah talking to this paper.
I can talk to most of this, hopefully.
Jeremy's talking to this paper, thank you.
So this is an extension of what we've been doing for the last 3 or 4 years, where we have been taking the key decisions through the long-term plan process and then subsequent annual plan processes and keeping a formal track of it through a relevant committee meeting. So the first 20 or 30 pages of this is in that vein. It's the first time we've reported back against the 24 LTP, obviously, because that was only adopted in April. And we just take each of the actions that come out of those fairly long and detailed deliberations meetings and track the progress of those actions until they're complete. The extra 147 pages this time round is because of the action and investment plan. So during the last council period, we developed about a dozen new action investment plans and then added those to about 25 or 30 existing ones. And because of the number of new documents, the number of new actions in there, there was some nervousness that how would we ever keep on top of all this, and would we, how would we know as a governing body that things were actually happening? So we honoured to create this report effectively, which is to track all of those actions and bring them back on a 6-month basis to explain to the governing body where things are at. It's got a lot of stuff in it. There's 644 actions, I'm reliably informed, are in there. I haven't counted them. And it's a work in progress. So there are, I guess, some caveats to what you've got in front of you today. The intention was to only include year 1 and funded actions, because there's no point reporting against an action which isn't funded, because nothing's going to happen because it's not funded. Some of them have slipped through. Just again flicking through last night, there's some actions in there where it's got not funded in the budget. Well, it shouldn't be in there, but that's just that teething problems with the first iteration. Some of them in the documents were put down as sort of 24 to 27 action. It's difficult to work out what's a year 1 action, what's a year 2 action, what's a year 3 action, so that will ease its way out over time as well. You'll be pleased to know that when something turns blue, it's been completed. You won't see it again next time, so the report will naturally shorten as we complete things over time. And so yeah, it's a work in progress. Even things which are in there and are accurate are still potentially a month or 6 weeks out of date, because it takes quite a long time to update. So if you read something and go, but that's moved on since then, yes, that's always the way, but this takes a fair old piece of work. Sarah's sitting over there, still got PTSD looking at the report, I think, and she's got another 4 months before it starts again. The GMs have been through the actions which are relevant to their activities, and I've got a couple of them here sitting waiting for answers to questions. Our role as a team is largely just to compile it, and the detailed questions about particular actions or particular progress, then I'll biff them sideways.
Thank you, Jeremy, and yes, thank you for noting the length of the report, but we just have to read it. You're right, somebody has to put it together and review it, so thank you for that. So I'm going to open up to questions from elected members. Councillor Roseboom.
First of all, I'd like to thank all those that contributed to this report. It was took me some time to get through it. I've got 3 questions that rolled out of it. Page 12, to do with the Tamunga redevelopment, it's off track. That's what has led to our investigation with Enviro New Zealand about other options that we can undertake with respect to waste. Is that why we're off track here? We're pausing.
I'm just looking at page 12 in a second.
Sustainability and waste.
Oh yes, it is. And I wasn't sure whether it was referenced possibly to.
Yeah, so that's off track now while we're leading to the investigation with Enviro New Zealand. Okay, that's excellent. Next one's page 50 in relation to the on and off again with footpaths. I'm assuming now that some of them have been stopped, we're changing the way we assess ones we do and don't do, and I'm just querying, hoping that we have a health and safety lens on our work now. So the footpaths with raised footpaths, breaking edges get priority over those that would regularly been done as a routine.
Yeah, that's right. So this is predominantly related to the decrease in funding for some of those activities. But I just wanted to point out that we've actually had a massive program of right across the city to work through those. With some heavy machinery, and actually we're down to the tail end of that now, so we're actually quite pleased with the status that we have got to at this point. But this is something that reoccurs on a continuous basis because of tree roots and stuff that pushes footpaths out. So although we're actually relatively comfortable with where we're at from our level of service across the city now, it'll never be perfect and it'll always reappear. And we highlight this as a concern for future funding of the activity, basically.
Yeah, because I've often thought a footpath with a raised edge or an uneven surface has more risk value to us than a street with no footpath at all, so we need to prioritise which ones we do. And my last question's page 59. Pilot Bay references define the conflicts. What are the conflicts that are currently in Pilot Bay? Page 59. Yeah, there are a lot. It took me a long time to get through this.
Madam Chair, with these longer reports, we could go stage it, just run down through the reports and bring questions up as we move down. Otherwise, we'll be going from the front.
So long as we pull out the page numbers, we probably have time. I don't want to do it page 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of pages.
There is a lot of pages.
I can find part A right at the bottom of 59.
It's on 56.
56.
Oh, it's 59 in the agenda, but 56 in the actual report, so you've got two different numbers. So it's...
Oh, yes, sorry, yes, page 59, not... Yeah.
Look, I'm sorry, I'll have to... I don't know what the specifics of the complex are. I'll have to come back
to you on that one. Record that as action.
Yeah, I was unaware of any conflicts in Pilot Bay.
Through you, Madam Chair, there was an issue there for a period of time where we had vehicles parking in the boat car parks, and then we also had activity at night in part of that area which was causing concern to the motor camp, and there was a proposal to put in a barrier, a vehicle barrier, to manage a portion of that car park. I assume that that's what it is, but we'll confirm.
Yeah, I thought of that too, but I didn't think the answer, so I'll find out.
Thank you. Councillor Turek.
Yes, thank you for the report. I'm pretty impressed because it does cover a lot of day-to-day stuff and what the council is all about. Reminds me of the old monitoring committee back in the day where we had activity by activity, and yeah, some of those reports were quite lengthy, but it's stimulated or triggered a lot of debate. You know, some of it quite important, and some of it trivial. But let's see how we go with this. And, yeah, thank you, Sarah, for the amount of work involved. Just before I get, I apologise, given the length of the report, and I sort of discovered it quite late in the piece, so I haven't gone through it that comprehensively. But just picking up some items, and one I missed, I tried to find, is around the Tsunami Pathways project. That's coming up, I think, in a VPGE committee on the 11th of November. Is that coming to the committee on that date? I know I mentioned to the Papamoa Ratepayers Association that it's coming to us on that date, or where's that at?
Certainly, yes, we've got the initial reports back on the study, and is it working? And speaking with
Councillor Kev, we thought that a check-in for councillors would be a better opportunity on it, where we've got two of those tsunami evacuations. So that's going to be scheduled as soon as possible.
Sorry?
So that's going to be scheduled as soon as possible. Is that working?
Yeah, but quiet.
You can hear me.
Okay. So not for the 11 November meeting.
No, it's quite complex. So discussion with Councillor Kev, we thought it'd be a better idea to actually have a discussion over it. On it.
Can I ask Councillor Morris, could it be an idea to involve the Papamoa ratepayers in terms of an overview before it, as it's being developed? Just your opinion on that, because they're fully into this sort of area.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, and I'd be happy to circulate to them any public information prior to a discussion for their comment. Yeah.
Would that be public?
Certainly, and that would be a very good approach, I think, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. So just looking at my notes here, also refers to the park and ride, and I know there's some land out Tara Road that potentially could be used for park and ride, but what's the priority on that project? Because in my view, given the demand out that area, if there was a bus service like Priority 1 called an express bus service, as we see in the Northern Busway, these are highly utilised and certainly take traffic off the road during those peak times. What level of priority is that being given in terms of progressing a park and ride in that location? I know there's other potential use for that land, but yeah, where we're at.
It was given really high priority for a period of time where we developed the concept and did costings and went through negotiations with Western Bay, the regional council, in terms of the level of service and costings for that as well. Ultimately, we didn't get the funding across the line, so hence the reporting is red and the RAG report, and we may want to fire that initiative back up again at some point in time, but there's no NZTA contribution or regional council contribution towards it at this time.
So currently going nowhere. Yeah. Thank you, Nick.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Further to Nick's advice, whilst there's no money available, we're also looking for sports fields in that area as well. And so we're working with Ngā Pauriki at the moment, who are looking at a residential development on that large portion of land, and how both park and ride and sports amenities and fields could be included as part of the residential development. So that conversation's ongoing, and the parcel of land at the northern end is actually still in the ownership of NZTA, and so my understanding is there's conversations going on by the third party with NZTA about potentially securing that, which then would provide an opportunity.
So now also we've received some correspondence around the Evans Road beach access, and there was some work done on that, but there's a level of dissatisfaction with that upgrade work. It's at the end of Evans Road, and it's a pathway to the beach, basically through the sand dune. But one person in particular, and Councillor Morris, would be more in tune with that person. After the work was undertaken, and it must have been a quick little job to tidy it up to allow better access. Is there any familiarity around the work done and what was involved?
Only to comment that I understood the team had been on site, met the person and upgraded the access. I understood that, that there was satisfaction with what we had done. If you have a different view, I can follow up, but certainly I had positive feedback from that work.
Councillor Morris, are you more familiar with it?
I can suggest he wasn't happy with the outcome.
Okay.
So
I can follow up with that.
Yes, please. That would be
No
great.
worries.
Thank you.
The next one, PC33 plan change. during the campaign, there was a desire for the Mount North, particularly around the shops in that sort of area, to somehow change the current rules around the allowable building heights. And I spoke to.
Can you tell us which page you were?
It's on 154.
Thank you.
And I spoke to Kate Barry-Pacino at the event last Friday, was it? And she's looking at progressing that, and she said she'll send me an email. But just to get up to speed with that. So in terms of the organisation, have there been approaches, or where is that at? Or is that just at the political level, our level at the moment, and nothing's been done?
It's not my world, but given I'm half of Christine at the moment, I'll try and answer. I'm not sure there is a position at the moment. There's engagements with parties, including Kate, but I'm not sure there's anything actually happening to change anything at the moment. Clearly that would need to come back to this table, to the council table, before anything else happens.
Okay. Thank you, Jeremy. And also around the, just checking my mic's on, I can't see it. I'll move it around so I can see the light. Now the walkway there, I think it's on page, the Memorial Park walkway, page 151, I think it is. Now at a recent committee, I recall an idea was put to council that in terms of the ability to undertake that project, council could go to the Environment Court for some declaratory judgment and go through that process. So when council had the budget and was willing to proceed with that, you just get on and do it. Is that currently still being considered? Because I think that's a great approach.
Just confirmation, the Memorial Park to CBD walkway is what we're talking about. So yes, certainly there's been a discussion around the council table on that project, and there was a report scheduled for the next council meeting. I've just talked to the Mayor and pushed that out to the 9th, so you'll get the opportunity to consider, there's 4 options on that project, from do nothing right through to the full development of a walkway. So that report will be coming to you on the 9th. The reason it's been delayed is to try and get some very robust financial budgets that would be required if we did take the option to go to the High Court.
And I'm just going to put a little bit of my 2 pence in there. From my perspective, I think the walkway would be terrific, but we've got, I think, 46 residents that we would have to get past, and a legal opinion as to whether we can get past them. My concern, if we got a legal opinion now and then had RMA changes or residence changes or residents dying, I think somebody mentioned, that it doesn't put us in a position to start, if we get the illegal opinion, there may be a whole lot of changes. So on the basis we've got no available, our finances are pretty tight. To me, going to a High Court for a legal opinion that actually might not be worth anything in 2 years' time, to appease 46 people but paid for by 125,000 people, doesn't make sense. So that will be what I'm talking back to the report on.
So the report would have a cost indication and the deliverability of the judgment. It's not legal opinion, it'd be a judgment, and just ask for our direction in terms of progressing just that aspect, not the project. But I suppose we need an indication of what the project costs be, because it might be totally out of the playing field.
So I've certainly heard the Deputy Mayor's feedback on the project, and the points of view will be canvassed in the report. There's either a legal opinion, which will give you an opinion as of today, or seek a defence declaration from the High Court. So there are options and there are risks. I give you that. So they will be covered fully in that report.
With an option, we do nothing.
Yep.
But I think
it lie on the table.
I think, and Gareth might want to talk to it more. He's been closer to the community. But I think what the report will do and making a decision will give finality. I think it's been on the table since 2003.
Yeah, wow.
Something like that. So hopefully we'll get a final direction, and that will give the community a direction.
Yeah, I just think the 9th of December you guys will get all the information and there'll be some options in front of you, and you can provide staff clear direction about which way to go. And we'll communicate that to the interested stakeholders, of which there are plenty.
Yes, there are. Thank you, Gareth. Now, page 75, 31% food scraps in rubbish bins. That's a fairly low number, and I can see that driving up in my area. There's very few food scrap bins out, and probably less than 31%. So, given the low uptake on that, what do you plan to do in terms of somehow incentivising the use? Me personally, I don't use it either. I just put down the garbage muncher, nice and clean and effective. But yeah, so what's the plan for that? Being open and transparent.
Yeah, maybe that's a good start. We should work on you first week, maybe. Well, you may have seen we have got a drive at the moment to try to educate people on the value of it, and maybe also how to do it a little bit less smelly and comfortably. So that's one thing that we're doing. We have seen a decline. It took off with a hiss and a roar and lots of popularity, and I think we've got really good engagement. So credit to the community of getting behind that. But I think maybe comfort has taken over a little bit, and that it is something that we're working hard on to underline the value of it, and the importance of getting that right. And I think to have 10 councillors help us with that would be fabulous. It's a good start. Take us to
lead by example as well.
No, I don't want to make light of it. It is an important issue, and it's something that we're working hard on improving. So
yeah, thanks, Nick. So a question for Barbara. Brendan Birchall, they're in Santa Monica walkway, and we've had a lot of sort of engagement with him at the political level. There's no actual reference to it. I'm looking at a note on page 56 around security, public security matters, personal security, and that triggered that thought. Has there been any recent engagement? I know there was a power supply put in there for some reason. I can't recall the exact detail, but it was suggested that could be an opportunity to then power up some lighting or a camera or yeah. Sorry, I'm just uncertain of the actual detail around that. Has any communications been had or progress on that? Because he's very motivated in terms of having something installed to address the security issues.
Yeah, I'm not familiar quite with that instance, but we do get these requests from time to time, and sometimes we can accommodate them depending on locality and power supply and those sorts of things if it can be done. But generally, it's we do refer to enforcement and police and in most of those instances. If there's other value, just in terms of having cameras for traffic movement purposes and that sort of thing, then if there's a dual purpose, it might be that there are other values out of it as well, which makes it a little bit more to take it across the funding and affordability line. But we treat them on a case-by-case basis as they come in, but it is quite costly, and it's not only costly to install, but then also monitor it as well.
Yeah, and privacy issues.
That as well. Yeah.
Great. Thank you for that. Also, if I can just, I've got a few notes here. Is that right?
Two more.
Two more. Okay. Prioritise. Hey, you're lucky. I've only got two more. Maybe three. I have to decide which one. Now, to Tumu, Sorry, I've got page 31 here in terms of my note, but from a site visit that elected members undertook recently, the direction or the suggestion from the people concerned out there was they seem to be focused on getting zoning. You know, that's their key deliverable that council could provide, because then they can talk about the fundability and financing of the progressing of the project. I know they're huge hurdles, but they seem to really push for the zoning, because they said once that's done, that allows us to move forward. Is that correct or not?
I guess I can probably answer that in the fact that I've asked Christine and the team to do some work on that. So they will be reporting back of all the steps and the challenges. So yeah, we are in the process of figuring that out, and we'll hopefully have an answer in the next few weeks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nima.
Now, I know that we had the workshop around use of fees, now page 23, around sports field user fees is on that page. And so during, or via that process that we'll be going through around looking at other opportunities for user fees or not, is this council aware of the, just generally, because we weren't part of that process that was conducted at the last LTP process, around the level of comfort around the sports field user fees? And if I can ask staff to indicate that level of comfort. I know that's not it's not popular, but yeah, what level of comfort do they have around the quantum of their user fee? And I know that you know, when soon after this council got elected, we passed a resolution to scrap the boat fees, and I sort of feel guilty around that, given that, you know, hey, these user fees, because we didn't consider this in that context of that discussion. That's why I was promoting that, actually put that boat ramp user fee in a process, but we took a, thank you Councillor Morris at the time, we just sort of scrapped the fees. But yeah, where's that at in terms of the level of comfort around user fees on sports fields?
There is no one answer. I mean, there is a multiple of feedback. Even on the boat ramp fees, we've had people come to us and disagreeing with the decision to remove boat ramp fees because they were happy to pay them. Yeah. So there is no one answer. I think that when we went out originally with fees, we got a lot of submissions saying they were too high. So they were revisited to a lot more affordable, we think. And obviously, that's a very general statement, affordable, because it's different for different people. But I think generally, when the fees were adjusted, we had a lot of happy clubs. Very general answer, because, you know, obviously depending on your ability to pay is, and I do want to note that fees for we don't charge fees for children. No. It's only adults. Yeah. So yeah, sorry, that's a bit fluffy, but it's a hard question to answer.
Just to clarify that, I think that would that still become part of the annual plan discussions around user fees?
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. That'll be put in the mix with everything else, so yes.
Oh, thank you, I didn't realise that. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you for those good answers. Any other questions of staff? Councillor Crowther. Can you limit to a priority that I didn't ask Councillor Correct to?
52 maybe?
5.
Okay. Oh,
5. Hey. So generous.
I guess one of the questions is this definition of on track. Can you clarify like what the intention is for that?
So it's somewhere between started and complete, and it's tracking as would be expected.
Sort of follow up, like, is it as expected, all things considered, including all the latest information? What I'm trying to get at is, it seems like it's a very blunt thing to put a green on track, which indicates, right, I should relax, this is all, you know, under control, except that it isn't in a lot of those cases. And I'm just wondering if there's a scope to have like another status there which says it's exactly as we'd expect it, but that means there's a big problem here.
We could create a fifth colour if you wanted a fifth colour. We've got 4 at the moment.
Well, I think it'd be, from my point of view, it'd be quite helpful, because if there's something we need to keep an eye on, my tendency, because of the length of it, is to kind of go green, on track, that's good. But when I go into some detail, so for instance, Hewletts Road is on page 172, the status is on track. Well, I would sort of think that's anything but on track, and we all kind of know that, but some of the things I don't know. So when I know it personally, I can override your green on track, and I can in my mind go, no, that's not on track. But if I don't know the project intimately, then I won't know to override what's here. So I just wondered how to handle that kind of thing.
So like I said at the beginning, this is a work in progress, and if that would be useful to the committee, then we can stratify a little bit, and we'll have an on-track but category.
On track but off track.
Yeah, and then I think there's through you, Madam Chair. There's also what you know and what we know at any point in time too. And so Hewletts Road, for example, connecting Mount Maunganui, is going to be formally presented to council on the, I think it's the 12th, 11th, in a few days' time. At which stage you'll get a formal update and then understand whether it is or isn't on track, and maybe
So it might still be on track?
Well, it depends on our ability to be able to influence, I think, another party. So, yeah.
Very strong.
Nick, please. Yes.
So can we just like, this is a good example. So that, you know, the one here, Hewletts Road sub-area connecting Mount Maunganui, and then the September 24 update NZTA led project. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, are we saying that the Hewletts Road, like to Glenn's point, is it on track from the overall project, or is this referring to, you know, this is the first step in progressing this project, because then it probably is a green, you know, that's probably just the definition between, and I'm just interested into how you maybe see it, Jeremy.
Or Nick.
Oh yeah,
Or Nick, yeah.
I'm happy to cover that one, and this is probably a good example of Jeremy mentioned at the outset of this report about the timing issue here, because when this was put together, we were of the impression that it would get support, if not in the NLTP, at least it would be supported for a variation to the NLTP to go into the next stage. Since this was reported on, we now understand that that is not the case, and that is what we know. So I'd agree with you that of course it shouldn't be reported as being on track or going well. We've got some headwind there and a lot of work to do, but I think this is one of the ones that's gotten caught up in the timing aspect of putting the report together and knowing what we know today. And that's what, like Marty said, that's what's coming in a formal report on Monday.
Yep. I mean, it might be helpful if I give another example of, you know, what's going on in my brain with it as future of Utamotai Pool. On page 20 of the document, where it's on track, I guess I'm understanding that is on track from an internal council point of view. I suppose the reason for thinking about another category is to somehow red flag the on track ones that we need to. So I guess I'm happy for you to sort of come back whatever you think works internally, because I know from an external point of view that's obviously a big red flag, you know, red button needed, but from an internal point of view you're going through a process, and I understand why you would put an on track there, because you're just trying to record where the process is at. So hopefully that sort of clarifies what my thinking is. In page page 84, again I'm giving document I'm giving whatever it is, the stellar numbers, not the document numbers. Should I be giving the document numbers? What do we prefer? Okay, stellar numbers. So another example, collaboration with Te Whatu Ora Health NZ, that this is in regards to medical dental waste, and it talks about it being on track, but it says there are no plans to further investigate into disposal options for dental waste, and then this sort of there's potentially some stuff, you know, around with Health NZ. I'm just trying to sort of understand how we need to relate to this big document, because it looks to me like maybe that's not even anything I can do anything about, but also if it was the whole of the medical and dental waste that there's no solution for, and there's something we could do, and I'm not quite aware of what that is, to call it on track would be problematic, because we've already just said there are no plans to do any further investigation. So again, from an internal point of view, that seems to work quite well, presumably. But from my point of view, I'm thinking, I'm aware of what a big issue that is in the waste sector, and that there are solutions, and in places like Christchurch they have found some solutions as far as I understand. So is there anything we can do? Is probably more, you know, so again, if that other column could somehow incorporate that angle as well, if there's a sort of an action point that can come out of it. So it doesn't just have to be a red flag for the extra column, but it could be if there's something that we could do to make things even better. And again, hopefully this is kind of constructive where we can just refine it over a period of time. I had a question on page 87 at the bottom of the right-hand column, where it talks about an audit on public place recycling bins in December 23 showed 65% contamination in mixed recycling bins. Because this has been a nationwide issue, and I don't think we're any worse off, but it raises questions for me, just in terms of the detail of that, whether it's worth having those bins. I think other councils have considered that, and you know, I'm strongly supportive of the wider recycling scheme, but I do wonder about cost-benefit analysis, whether that would show up that those bins, it'd be better to sort of scrap them. So I guess it's more just raising that. If you have any comment now, that's fine, but otherwise maybe at some point, just sort of as you go through the annual plan process, just to sort of look at whether that needs to be a conversation. If it seems like a bit of a blip, that's fine, but I think this is part of a big picture of where to actually put the energy in terms of recycling. Sorry, I'm trying to find.
Got one more.
Working over there, we'll follow up. While you look for the next question, maybe we're considering that and treating it on a case-by-case basis as well. So there are areas that are worse than others where we're choosing not to already, but that's on our radar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm certainly not advocating the Auckland scrap the rubbish bins. Not all done. We'll leave that. Then I would like to suggest that my second question was actually 1B. I was giving another example, so I'd like to have two more. The one is on page 85, where it says the Resource-Wise program has been updated to align with circular principles. Is it possible just to give a really brief outline of what, that's in the broader, you know, on-track implementation phase of something a bit bigger, but what does that mean for that program to make it circular?
I've got someone basically here to comment on that.
I noticed them in the background, yes.
If you want to step up there. And just while he's taking his seat, on this report, on the sustainability waste report, we've got called out with some version control here, because the reporting that's ended up in the council report is the one that we've used for our internal
reporting, and Dan and I went to great effort of editing that and making it shorter and sharper. And actually some of these targets aren't associated with the action and investment plan either. So there are actually too many targets and they're reported on in too long a fashion, but that was something that we worked on, but it didn't actually get included in the final version, so that's something that we're following up on as well with Jeremy as an improvement opportunity, but over to you, Dan, on that.
Thanks for the question. So just on that, what we're doing is expanding the Resource Wise program to include more construction demolition waste, and we've started a few trials. We've funded an app which has helped divert at least 13,000 tonnes of overpurchased stock from going to landfill and reused within organisations, and so we're adding on this component of construction demolition to it so that it can end back in the economy rather than in a landfill. So, and that's something that will over time merge into the Resource Wise program. So it's more than just working directly with companies within their buildings, but also on construction sites, and how we encourage the movement of excess stock within different construction sites rather than then going to landfill, as an example.
Yeah, thank you. So basically that's a rebranding, or not, a widening of the branding.
Yes, it's a widening of the branding, and we've had some great success with the Mutu app, which effectively acts as a trade me for construction industry businesses that can use it to kind of upload whatever excess material they have, and then another site can come grab it and use it.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Okay. Yeah, big issue. And can I have my last question? Page 101. So the climate action and investment plan, so back to you, I guess, Jeremy. I guess I'm just trying to get my head around some of the measures there, like where it has things that have been completed, has things on track, has things under control, and you know, it's more, if this is a sort of a comprehensive, you know, traffic light kind of thing around that plan, I sort of go, well, there's actually not a problem here. We're sort of all on track or under control. But if you look at it, you know, as in terms of as an issue and what we're setting out to do with that action and investment plan, again, we're sort of anything but under control. And I don't sort of have an instant solution that I can propose, but I just think that there needs to be sort of something here which almost is a apart from what I said at the first point, that maybe some overarching thing which is trying to get at where the final goal of the plan is heading, because some of these seem quite like we're moving quite well towards the final goal, whereas this one, putting it simply, emissions have increased. We haven't funded the vast majority of our you know, natural hazards stuff that we need to do in terms of adapting to climate change. We have a number of other issues to address in that area, and yet everything's kind of on track. And I guess it's just sort of putting it back to you that if you have a chance and sort of reviewing it, to look at whether there's something else at a higher level without interrupting what you need for internal work, to sort of do these codings at that stage and status level.
Through you, Madam Chair, I guess the issue here is the difference between actions and outcomes. So this report is about the actions listed in that report. The outcomes reporting will come through the annual report process and the 6-monthly reporting process through that. Clearly, if the council is of mind to say that the outcomes are the correct ones and the actions are wrong, we need to talk about whether we need to amend the plan to create different actions.
I mean, my own view would be we should definitely have a conversation around that, because and that particular plan, you know, knowing about the genesis of it and knowing the politics of it and all that, I still think we haven't quite got the balance right there.
Mahe.
I think that sums up perfectly though what Jeremy just said, and these are actions, and whether those actions are on track or not, I think it's a whole nother sheet if you want to go project by project as to whether the project's on track. But I think in this case that's exactly like that was the sort of clarification I guess I asked about before. Is it the action or is it the project? And it seems to be very much the action, which you know I think that explains it to me, 100%. So I'm 100% happy with that as is. And you know, if we want to go to project level, that's probably the projects committee. But
yeah, just a point of clarification around I totally agree. That's why I'm not trying to disrupt the flow of this, but I just see that from a governance perspective, if we want to dig into these, we might be heading in the wrong direction. In some cases, we might be better to have a more explicit thing presented in conjunction with this that looks at either outcomes or project, whatever terminology you want to use. But I think the outcomes are what ultimately is the only thing that matters in a sense. It doesn't matter if we do a whole lot of actions if the outcome's not happening.
Okay, so I think there was conversation at the beginning to say that you're looking for a little bit of feedback on this as well, and I guess from my perspective it's really great having the amount of detail over time. I think we all have to say is the amount of work that takes from your side, delivering benefits that enable us to govern better. Personally, I'm not sure, just because of the length of the information, and as Marty's just said to me, this obviously is funded projects, not unfunded projects, so there's a whole lot of stuff that might be on a wish list that isn't yet here, and that therefore it's not a total look at what's happening. So I think let's take the feedback, let's keep considering where we're at with it, say thank you for the amount of effort that goes into this, and I think, yeah, there's some feedback being given and some specific questions being asked on that, but at the end of the day we are, I'm happy to move the motion that we receive the report, action and investment plans and long-term plans action monitoring. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Mayor Drysdale. Any further discussion that hasn't been said already? Councillor Crowther?
Yeah, thank you. Amongst my questions that I didn't get a chance to ask, but I'll just make it a comment around, I think the section on the Western Open-Ended Transport System Plan is quite helpful, because in sort of contrast to some others, it has the off-tracks, although, you know, I have no idea why some of the under control ones are under control still, so I can have an offline conversation with our general manager and maybe get some answers there. I'm interested in the on-track Ultramortai Road and the Brookfield Road, wherever Brookfield Road is. I don't think there is one, living in Brookfield, but you know, I think the idea of having the sort of what looks like a traffic light when you look at it, you can see quite quickly, you know, that this particular project is clearly off track because it hasn't got funding and it's still in here, you know, to Marty's point. And another one is under control, hopefully, and then another one is on track, and you can sort of contrast it. And I think that's where I would find it most helpful to sort of have that type of thing. I think it's probably easier because that's an sort of semi-external, I don't know if that's the right jargon, but semi-external project list. And so it's just something which has been fed into the organisation, so you're not measuring it against your own internal actions. It's probably sort of against that TSP team. But I think the more we can have it like that, probably the more helpful it would be to ourselves, but also probably to the wider community to know if they look at this, they know that, for instance, the Papamoa bus facility is under control, the Arataki one's on track, but something like the Te Papa low cost delivery is off track, and it's just nice and clear. So that'd be my sort of feedback on it.
Thank you, Councillor Crowther. Councillor Turek.
Yeah, I see value in terms of the governance having this oversight of operational management because it's fairly comprehensive. But I think there'd be a fair amount of benefit to the organisation in terms of management and day-to-day operations where, you know, it's put into this report, and I imagine, you know, many people could think about accessing it if they wanted an update or information about various activities of council. So yeah, I think it's a good thing, and well done.
Thank you, Councillor Turek. The motion is on the table. Can I ask all of those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you, and thank you to the staff. Got somebody very patiently waiting. We're now on 9.7, election 2024. Oh. Sorry, Warwick. Let's do that. Let's switch the order.
You get to watch how the sausage is made, and now you get to watch the sausage.
Correct, yes.
So Jeremy's going to introduce this. Chief Wayne.
One minute, please. We're just doing some admin. So we're waiting for somebody to be at the front. Is that what you're suggesting? Okay. So I'm asking Jeremy to report on this one, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this report is a direct response to the committee's request from the 2nd of September. You requested that we went back through the tape effectively and answered all the questions that were raised at that meeting. We went back through the tape, a couple of us independently, and pulled out 30 different questions. They are responded to in attachment 2. We've gone through each question. Some of them reiterate what was said during the meeting, but for completeness it's all there, and other ones are just providing new information. The second thing at that meeting was to bring back the electoral analysis work that gets done once we look at the election results and the census, and then we get Wayne Miller, who's on the way down the stairs, to do the analysis, and that's produced in attachment 3, I think it is. The report also touches on a couple of things which we talked about in that last meeting along the lines of timeframes and when you as a council and the committee can start to influence things. And it pulls out, you know, the STV versus first past the post conversation that has to happen before October 26th. The decision on the Māori ward has to happen before November 26th. And then the whole, what do the wards look like, how big they are, whether they go down the middle of the streets or follow census area units or whatever. That all happens during 2027 at the latest. Clearly, if you want to start earlier, we could start those sort of things earlier. And the final attachment you've got is a document released last week by LGNZ, which starts to try and gather views from across the sector about where things should be. And we've said that we would probably prepare a draft submission for your review, whether we meet collectively before that through some sort of workshop process, or whether we prepare a staff draft and bring it to you. It has to be sorted out by the 20th, he's saying, top of his head, of January, which is kind of in that dead period. So ideally we'll get most of it done before Christmas, by hook or by crook.
Thank you, and thank you for thank you, Jeremy, and thank you for the additional information and the really great data. I think it was the analysis was very interesting reading. They didn't answer didn't explain some of the results. Just again, from a process perspective, I need to acknowledge that I did ask in the resolution at the previous meeting that all of the questions raised at this meeting were answered. That was poor language on my part. We didn't expect, and you went above and beyond the call of duty to answer all 32 questions as it was. So my apologies, I wasn't as clear as I should have been. There were some bigger questions that you have answered, but I would ask going forward, if you do hear and we're not as succinct on our resolutions, please come back and confirm that we were expecting 32 questions to be answered, because you have done that, and thank you for that, but that was probably increasing your workload when you didn't need to have that. So my error, and I apologise, but thank you for answering those. And yeah, thank you for the data. I think it as I said, it gives us some really great information, particularly some of the age groups and of who's answering, and just some of the by ward analysis, which I found really interesting. From my perspective also, in the recommendations we have, I think, put together two different parts of an election. One is how it's run, and the prior to the election, the getting the nominations, the support of candidates, and the actual election, I think is quite different to the conversations we're going to have on Māori ward and the representative review. So I'm going to suggest that we separate those as they're two different topics to me, rather than saying they're all going to be together, and I will probably separate those in the recommendation. But with the report in front of us and the data, I'll open up to questions. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you, Jeremy. Just a clarification around the, whoops, I've got to find my, in one of these attachments, page 89, it just answers the question around ward boundaries. Just to be clear, is there anything to stop Tauranga City Council choosing to, as it says here, must conform with the boundaries of statistical mesh blocks set by Stats NZ? So if we do that, is there anything to stop us putting mesh blocks of another statistical area from Stats NZ in with, you know, the whole of other areas? So in other words, you'd sort of maybe just go across the road, grab a few mesh blocks from the other side of the road and put that into a different ward.
Sure, as long as they're contiguous, I think that would be okay. Yep. You certainly can have an area over here and then just pick three from over there.
No, sorry.
As long as it's contiguous, yeah.
I would hope not to be that loose, but yeah, thank you for that information.
Just a question on online voting, and I'm referring it to a cabinet paper or whatever it's called, as central government politicians are considered a number of issues around the local elections, and so there's a report presented to them, and an outcome of that meeting was some support for initiatives and some lack of support. And one of them, in paragraph 16 or 16.3, it said, or they rejected 16.3, which is funding a trial of online voting in local elections as part of recommendation 3. which really surprises me. This has been discussed for quite a number of years. There were proposals a couple of elections ago to fund a trial. It seemed pretty logical given that the process of sending envelopes out with voting papers is archaic and it needs to change. The postal service probably won't exist, in the future to a large extent, and it just defies logic. And so one could only conclude there's self-interest involved here, because we know that if you allow online voting, you get a lot of younger people participate, because the current system they don't understand. They don't know where the mailbox is to go and post them for a start, or the whole process seems really outdated. So I don't know what we can do in terms of promoting to central government to, hey, reconsider funding a trial of online voting, because I think it would deliver a far greater level of participation. It's just a basic thing these days, and they could suggest a lack of security, but I know, and it's mentioned before at the meeting when we discussed it, a number of us went around letterboxes to do flyers, and this is like a week after the voting papers were mailed and in people's letterboxes. Those voting papers were still there, many of them sticking out. So in terms of security, someone could potentially whip out, 200 voting papers and fill them in. So it's very difficult, and in terms of having that as a justification for not even looking at a trial, it's just incomprehensible really to me. I see Warwick Lamp is in the audience. Can I ask him potentially around the security issues, or what's the problem here? Why do you think the central government recently rejected the proposal for a trial of online voting? I'm just bewildered.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Currier. I'm bewildered as well, I think. Online voting is well used in most elections. Council elections are the only ones that we do that don't have online voting. We've never had any issues with cybersecurity or concerns about hacking or those sorts of things that have been material, that have been evident. But so I think at the end of the day it is really just a political decision as to why online voting has not gone forward with local government. That would then eventually mean, I guess, going forward to central government. So it's politics.
I think the report is headed by the Minister of Local Government in terms of the Cabinet Legislation Committee is the body that considered it. What could we do? Obviously it's political, so we should just lobby the central government politicians, because they would understand from your perspective the issues or non-issues that are there. What level of understanding do these people have in terms of the lack of risk in terms of cyber security?
Well, at that national government level, they take the advice from GCSB, who talk about cybersecurity and threat interpretation from around the world and what those things are. There are information that they have around that we're not privy to, but it is what it is, and it really is. It is a case of just lobbying your local MPs, central government to further that, and talk to GCSB and get a better understanding of how all that fits together.
Thanks, Warren.
Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, question just on the same subject, Warwick. I see you did the tech one recently. That was done electronically, I think. Yeah. Any idea roughly what the cost reduction of running an election electronically is?
Yeah, good question. So you're right. The tech one, finished last week, was entirely online, so no postal voting. We had 17,000 votes, 11.5%. Voter information was sent out by a voting credentials letter to everyone on the electoral roll, but no postal voting. In their particular case, that saved probably $100,000. That, for tech's perspective, $100,000 for them to have money to give out to community grants in the community was far better spend than spending it on the cost of printing and postage coming back. So, a bit of a no-brainer. But in council elections, you would have seen in the report, I think it talks about the increase in the costs from the last time council had an election. I think from memory in that table it had that the cost of postal component gone up by 100,000. Since the last council elections, 2022, to this round of council elections in 2025 next year, we know that the cost of post has doubled and the performance is degraded. So that postage cost is a massive part of those elections, which is why most of our clients, all our clients in the private sector, go postal and online, and now, like tech, start not to do postal, just online, to reduce that cost.
Thank you, Warwick. I'm just interested to get your views, just with all due respect to a lot of the elections you do, the importance of a corporate, election or even tech to someone having the will to go and cyber hack or that sort of thing. There's a lot more, I guess, at stake with even a local council, but central government. And just interested if you have any sort of views on that sort of aspect, because I agree we should be able to find a system, but is your system robust enough if it was a more important election, I guess, that someone really wanted to influence the result?
You're talking materiality, and trying not to be facetious, but if a hacker is living in Russia wanting to hack the mayor of Tauranga election, is that material in the grand scheme of things? I don't know, but levity aside, cybersecurity is a big deal, and there's lots of investment and process involved in how that operates, and we do have a lot of technology behind that, and have advice from GCSB in that cybersecurity space. And so that field is well developed, it's mature, and the platform is mature. Similar to online banking, which we all use quite happily without any issues of hacking. That it is a case where it does work, but it comes back to the materiality of what could happen if something did go wrong, and that's the question that's still up for debate.
Thank you, Warwick. And just in terms of the timing of the, so we can be comfortable that from a timing perspective, you'll come back to us when we need to have made decisions by, in terms of the representative review, the Māori ward. So that's in the recommendation. So I'm just going to. I'd like to move the motion on the table that the Accountability, Performance and Finance Committee receives the election report, and we've got B, C, D and E, which if we can put up, I won't have to read out, thank you. What I'd like to do is to amend C, so I actually might be amending B. Amending B, just to separate out, so notes that a further report will be provided in early 2026 providing observations from the 2025 local government elections with feedback from members that may influence or impact future directions in Tauranga, and then full stop after Tauranga, and then make that C, and a further report outlining the next steps and deciding the future of the Māori ward, just because I think they're quite separate, how we run the election and the Māori ward.
Will be provided.
Yeah. The next steps in deciding.
Through you, Madam Chair, in the spirit of clarification.
Yes, please.
2025 elections don't involve Tauranga City Council, but you're looking for members to have input on that report on other councils' experiences.
Oh, apologies. So I just wanted to make sure that before there's another Tauranga City election, that we consider the feedback from this report and have a meeting so that we can talk about how we might run it differently from a election running perspective.
Okay, so in that case, we're talking a further report will be provided in 26, providing staff, LGNZ, Totuara observations from the 2025 local elections, and then retable this one for a discussion by elected members about what happens next. Is that what you're trying to get to?
Yeah, although it's 3 years before the election.
Yeah, and so I had put that at 2027 because I didn't think we needed it till. I actually said 18 months. So should we just have a little break while
That's
we
probably a good
do
idea.
something? Please. Because I was actually thinking 18 months prior to the next Tauranga City Council elections, we talk about this again. Okay, so that. The adjustments I've made because I think I stuffed it up. Kai Tuara. Yes. Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, I just noticed in some of the information we've been given that the STV, if we wanted to alter that, would have to be at a different time. Should we have a date for that to be reviewed as well?
So that's not in the representative review.
No, but
it's got to be done.
Great.
The timing is
I think
very
it's
similar.
2 years before the election, I think, has to be done.
So therefore October 2026 is the same sort of timing as the
Similar.
Clarification through that, the timing of it is that the electoral system STV versus FPP by the 12th September 2026, and then the Māori Ward decision by December 26. Both of those decisions then go into the process for the rec review because they impact on how that might plan out. So electoral system first, Māori Wards, rec review.
Yeah, and through you, Madam Chair, these are all legislative requirements, so...
So should we
we
should we recommend that the papers are brought back to this committee to meet the legislative requirements?
Brilliant.
No, so we're just going to say notes that this will be provided to this committee to meet legislative requirements.
Yep, so easy.
To meet legislative requirements. Yeah. So which can we then take out, Jeremy?
You can take out most of B now, couldn't you? Because the next steps in Māori Ward is exactly that.
Yeah. That comes out, yep.
Yeah, and everything else links into your review.
The draft submission will be prepared.
Meet legislative
That's where you're
requirements
going to do that,
ahead
yeah.
of ahead of the 2028 election. So if you took B, at the moment it's reports will be provided to this committee to meet legislative requirements. Well, there's a lot of legislative requirements.
Yeah.
We just talk about meet legislative requirements ahead of the 2028 local body election.
Yeah. And I do want to have another C, is that the this committee will have a, and don't write it yet. Should we have a workshop on how the election is run, not the legislative requirements? Yeah. Okay. So we can have a C or D. Doesn't matter. D. That a workshop is arranged. 18 months is held. Sorry. No.
18 months from now or 18 months
Before the election. Yeah, 18 months prior to the next local body election.
So that's going to be early 27, isn't it?
Okay. Okay. Well, the workshop is just about how we run the election. Those are, the others might be a workshop as well, but this is just early 2027 on to optimise. To review the local election policy. Good idea. This is sort of a joint. Yeah. Correct.
As councillors, you're not.
I know, and that's yeah. We don't want to be influencing how we run it for our benefit, absolutely. But that's open, right? That's covered. Yeah.
Yeah. There's some things you can do, councillor.
Correct.
Work will tell you.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Correct. Okay. So, thank you for the input on that one. So, I am going to move the recommendation as on the board. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Currick.
I'll second it, but request also to add an extra resolution around the online voting. Can I do that? Or shall someone else second it and I'll move an amendment after we talk about the...
Is that part of our response to the local government local electoral reform?
Yeah, I think that's the next best,
Oh.
next thing to do.
So you want, and the submission we provided to council for approval and will include?
It's a specific question they've asked about voting processes,
Yeah.
so there will be a section in there about online voting. Yes.
That's covered.
If there's any other feedback that you can give us now about that, or offline, give that to us.
Well, I think the feedback, I agree with Councillor Curritt that we do need to strongly push for online voting. Need a story.
Yeah. Could I actually suggest a separate, more definitive resolution, given that the next election is not far away? And I think the earlier letter would be simply a letter asking for the reasons. If I can read the suggested resolution, I have emailed it to Coral. So additional E, requests that the Mayor write to the Minister of Local Government asking for reasons why the Cabinet Legislation Committee at its 29 February 2024 meeting rejected the proposal for a trial of online voting. So outside this project, but just to get one there sooner rather than later, because an online voting proposal or a trial of one, which it would require some time to actually put in place. I'm not sure the actual process. If we can perhaps have it up there, Coral, for someone to second for discussion.
Would you be comfortable there, Mahe?
Would you guys be comfortable?
Write a letter?
Yeah. Thank you.
I'd be happy to. I'm happy to add that into the resolution. Although the resolution, you can just ask the reasons why and then not actually get any outcome.
Well, you'll get a response and then subsequently to it be, so, okay, no real reason, so we're asking to do it.
Okay, so the motion has been put. Can I ask all those in favour to say aye? Apologies. Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Chair. This is a very challenging thing, and we've had lots of backwards and forwards amongst ourselves around the election process and the public engagement about it. I accept that there's vast rules and regulations governing elections in general, and the council staff have done very well in promoting it. What I'm more interested in investigating is the engagement from the people of Tauranga, how we get them to participate better in the process, and that's up to us. And And as has been pointed out already, we're in a challenging position that we don't want to influence it to our advantage. We've got to try and make it a very flat playing field, so anyone who wishes to be councillor can be one, but how do we attract quality people and then get the people of Tauranga to engage and interact with each candidate so they can make a very well informed decision. And again, using the tech election as a response, will online voting gain us much or not? Still, the people need to know it's actually happening, that the election's actually taking place, and that we as council would request them to participate in the election. I think that's where we need to focus on the comms, the communications that we have with the general public about how we wish them to partake in it in some way, shape or form. And this is a challenging thing, not just for local politics, but for the national political scene in general, trying to get public engagement in the subject area where we seem to struggle with participation and is proving very challenging. And the more forms of communication that we have between paper, the radio, online media, and people tend to live in their own little space, and if we don't advertise in that space, we're not going to get to those different people, so it's going to be a challenge in itself. This is a very challenging nuance, but I think anything that we can do as a group to get nearer to 50% participation will be an improvement on the previous election, and that's where I'd like us to aim for as a group. Bearing in mind that we're all in this room in a very challenging position. We all have interest in the election, but we don't want to be seen to be influencing an election. So it's very challenging. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roseboom. Councillor Crowther.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I guess I had the same position before I ever thought of being a councillor. When I was running, I had the same view based on the feedback I was getting during the election campaign. And now I still have the same view, which is that the fundamental issue is the representation model that was chosen for that particular election. And I think we would have got significantly more turnout otherwise. And there is evidence around the country that sort of backs that up when you look at changes, what's happened to voting when you change in certain directions. But certainly the feedback sort of from, if you like, around the campaign, I think was quite widespread. And particularly the idea that you only get one vote for one councillor and of course for the mayor. And I contrast that to on page 86 or 87 of the document that we've got here, where it talks about Dunedin Council. They had a voter turnout in 2022, which was not a great election nationwide in terms of turnout, but they had 48.2%, up from 45.6%. And I think the two things that are noted here are quite a contrast to the approach taken by Tauranga City Council. One is it highlights the mayoral race between the incumbent and other city councillors. And then the other thing is that they have a completely at-large system. And I think those were two things that explicitly, for right or wrong, which were chosen not to be good in Tauranga. The rationale for choosing the representation model was to avoid as much as possible sort of at-large councillors to run against other at-large councillors and only one of them become a mayor. And the other thing was that it was explicitly trying to get rid of all at-large councillors to try to, I think, in the words of one of the commissioners, to sort of make it that the mayor's status was different. But in reality, under the law, as we all know, everyone has a vote. We all represent the community. We all represent all of Tauranga. We don't just represent our wards. And the really key thing for me is to try to come up with a system that will engage with the people of Tauranga. And there was money spent. There was a lot of effort by staff, which I strongly acknowledge. And there were all sorts of, trials in terms of marketing, some of which probably worked, some probably didn't. But I think fundamentally we've got to go back to the basics, which is this is a democratic way of electing a democratic council that represents the interests of everyone in Tauranga. And my own view is just keep it simple. Either we have at-large back again, or we have larger wards where you can have multi-member wards, and that way people will buy in more. Literally, they will be able to vote for more people and they will get more engaged. And I think there's no doubt, no matter what we do, the mayor will always have an elevated status, will always have the mana that position holds. So I don't think that should be a concern of this council. I think it's far more concerning to me what it is that we want, how we want to engage with the public. And unless the feedback is different to everything that I've heard and some of my colleagues have heard, I think we should actually go out to the public, and this time, rather than ignore what was said in the last representation review, I think we should actually listen to that feedback. And I would end by saying I'm not so worried about the online. I think that's a second tier level. I'm certainly supportive of whatever seems the best system, but I think those are all sort of second level considerations for me, because I know people with severe disabilities, mobility issues, they get out to vote if they're motivated enough. It is good to make it easy, but ultimately I think it's more the bigger issue is people going, oh, I only get one vote, I'm not doing it, and I heard that time and time again. So yeah, I guess my closing comment would be, thank goodness we don't have the American federal election model to deal with, and hanging chads and all that stuff, so we're not too badly off.
So the motion has been put and seconded and is on the table. Can I ask all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And against? Carried. Thank you. And thank you, staff.
I apologise for my
Exit.
early departure.
It's 10 past.
We've got
One more.
one more.
Do you want to finish that one first?
I do.
Okay.
You don't want to hear all after that,
No, there's this one and then there's the non-public one.
Oh, true. Okay.
We'll come back after.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So we will. So we've 9.0. We've actually.
Oh, it's
Sarah's. We jumped Sarah's.
She's just been waiting for so long.
Apologies, we're not going to jump you again, Sarah, I promise. 9.6, Building Consent Authority Performance. Welcome, Sarah. So, not a chance.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, I'd like to introduce Steve Pearce. He is our Manager for Building Services here at TCC and leads our Building Consent Authority function for the Council. At your first meeting, you requested a report back on Building Consent Authority performance, so this report fills that request. We talk about some of our levels of service, the way in which MB audit our function, and how we're performing, but I'll hand that over to Steve to talk about the performance of the activity. Welcome, Steve.
Kia ora. Ina mana, ina reo, e rau rangatira mā. Look, I'm really proud to be here to talk to you about this, what my team do. The Building Services team do a lot of work. It is really good work, and we are taking on board all the feedback and working hard to be better all the time. The report shows quite clearly that there is a lot of work, between sort of 2,000 to 3,000 consents every year. 800 million to $1 billion worth of building work, 20 to 25,000 building inspections, and somewhere between 580 and 1,300 houses each year. It's an awful lot of work. The report also shows that there's been some trends in the recent past. Volumes are down presently, and they're down to sort of pre-COVID levels. If you compare them in that report to 2021, it looks like we've dropped drastically. But if you look in that longer term, you can definitely see that we're not in uncharted waters. These are volumes that that would otherwise be described as normal. What we are also seeing, and probably isn't shown in the report in the same way, is the changing complexity. If you look at what we were receiving in consent volume sort of thing in October 2021, by example, the normal standalone houses was somewhere in the region of 80% of our consent volume. And that's dropped by about 20 percentage points October this year. By comparison, the R3, which tends to be townhouses, duplex, that sort of thing, residential 3 that is, that's gone up by 10%. So we're seeing a pretty significant increase in that area. and the commercial consents proportion of our consent volumes has also gone up by 10%. So we're definitely seeing a move from relatively simple builds of standalone houses into that more complex work. Another thing that I thought I'd draw your attention to that isn't necessarily in the report is the people side of things. So we spend a lot of time getting out and talking to customers. Every single building consent application that comes in and then goes out the door and then a CCC is issued, we ask our customers for their feedback, and so we get 3 data points on every one of those consents, and we get a reasonably high response rate in the region of 20% of questions come back, 20% of surveys come back with an answer, and so we track that data pretty closely. My team and I spend a lot of time going to industry meetings and trying to talk to those involved and find out what they think and how they perceive us. And obviously we receive a reasonable number of complaints and that sort of thing that come in via our call centre and via emails to yourselves, emails to us direct. And so all of those sort of data points help us learn where we need to get better, what we need to do, and then how we need to keep sort of improving. If I was to summarise the sort of 4 key themes, number 1 would always be we take too long. That's consistent feedback that I hear. It's consistent feedback that my colleagues across the country hear, and it's something that we acknowledge, and I'll talk a bit more about that, but it's something that we're working really, really hard on. There's feedback around how much it costs to get a building consent and what is the value of that, and that's quite loud in the media at the moment around what is the value of a building consent. We hear about consistency and how do you manage 30-odd staff to make the same decision depending on who it is and on what day it's on. And we get concerns around how risk averse we may or may not be. And that's one of those challenges where we are representing us as a council and making decisions that, if you think of that 800 million to 1 billion of building work every year, we're making decisions that hold an awful lot of liability if we get it fundamentally wrong. Just touching on that taking too long feedback, because that kind of is probably the loudest one and the one that we're desperately trying to do better. And we have all sorts of data, and we can, you know what they say about statistics, we can show that in many different ways. But so I probably prefer to refer to the Ministry for Business Innovation and Employment's data, which is published online every quarter. We have to supply them raw data on our consent performance, and they take that, analyse that, compare us to all of the other councils. My suggestion is you compare us to the other metro councils. We are doing a large volume and different complexity to, say, Taumarunui or Taupo. But we are pretty well bang middle in the pack. We are not the fastest, but we're certainly not the slowest. And I think that's a nice balance of trying to get the quality right, trying to get the jobs out when we can, but also trying to recognise that consents need to be done as quick as possible so people can get on with the job. As I said, we do have an awful lot of data, and one of the bits of feedback I'm sharing with the industry is we are currently able to get out building consents faster now than we've been able to in the preceding sort of 4 or 5 years. So when I look at the elapsed time, so from the day a consent comes in our door to the day it goes out, not worrying about when we stop the clock and all that sort of stuff, we are processing consents faster now than we have in all of the years that I have data for. And part of the reason why I feel like we're getting a little bit more sort of frustration at the moment is that in years gone by there hasn't been the ability to get a builder on site tomorrow. If you got a building consent today, you still had to wait 6 months to get a builder. Now builders are desperate for work, and so actually the expectation of us is far greater now than it has been in the last sort of 4 or 5 years. It'd be remiss of me not to sort of just allude to the building consent reforms that central government are proposing, and certainly we are, as an industry and as a council, we are feeding into that, and be interesting to see how we can work with our colleagues in central government to make consents faster and to manage the liability for us as a group. You know, Minister Pink is welcoming feedback and has been putting himself forward into a lot of the forums that we go to go and listen to those, and it's great to see that we're able to have those sort of interactions. Lastly, I just we talk a lot about the bad stuff. In our report, we talk about the amazing Irons audit that we had, where we got the least number of issues raised than we've seen for Yonks, and that's something that we're really proud of. Thank you. And a number of other councils have been really harmed in recent past by some shonky engineering. Kodiak Consulting was in the media not that long ago, where a guy has now been convicted of forging producer statements. Tauranga City Council wasn't affected by that for the most part. We had a very small number, and they were actually resolved through the consent process. And I think the quality that the team put in is what makes us in a much better position than many of our colleagues. So I'm really proud of the team, and I'm really proud of the work we do. And with that, any questions?
Thank you very much, and a good summary, and congratulations. So any questions? Thank you, Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got, first of all, congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
It was a very good report last time, and this one's at the same standard. Thank you. It's good to see. Just one on paragraph 9, you mentioned about some issues becoming slightly more complex in relation to 2- and 3-storey townhouses. Given our push to more medium density living, these are going to become more relevant and more common in our consent process. By complex, please define what you mean by more complex.
Sure, through you, Madam Chair. So the building consent system has complexity systems, a complexity regime built into it. One of the things that fundamentally changes it is a townhouse has to have fire rating between units, as opposed to a standalone house that doesn't. And so when you start getting into those townhouses, for instance, you then bring in this whole assessment of how do you stop fire spreading from one to the other. That's the sort of thing. So you do get into a genuine, more complex building. How do you ensure that one doesn't flood the other? How do you make sure that that sound doesn't transfer between the two? There are just more things, and they are not as easily resolved.
So is this an issue from actually monitoring the build? And is that going to have an impact on the proposed new regulations and how we as a council, if we still have liability, going to ensure that we're not at risk?
Short answer, yes. They are more complex, and there would be greater liability if by way of example, a standalone normal standard house might have 14, 15 inspections, something in that region, whereas a duplex townhouse type might have 40. There are more things that need to be checked, and there are more things that fail, and that's just the simple reality is if you're working with a builder who has built a lot of these and moves to this, they have to learn more, and as a result we play a bit of an educational part in the industry.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair. Do we keep a track of the number of RFIs issued by internal Tauranga City Council staff members relative to external contractors when we need them to support? And if so, do we keep a close eye on any differential between those two?
Yeah, kia ora, and through Madam Chair. So yes, we have an awful lot of data, and one of the good/bad things about building services is we're heavily regulated ourselves, and so everything we do we have to be able to track and report on. I would say the difference between contractor and staff is less than between staff and staff. So John might ask 5 questions and Tony might ask 50, and it almost doesn't matter where those two different people work. My job is to try and bring them into a medium. We have a program underway at the moment to review the RFIs that we do, and so we're looking back at sort of a couple of years worth of data, identifying which were the most common, which ones were repeated, and so I take it as a point of failure if we have to ask the same question multiple times. Clearly someone didn't understand it, and therefore we need to do better. And so I guess the point we're trying to do there is where can we communicate an RFI in a way that is easier to understand and easier to respond, so that we have fewer rounds.
Thank you. Councillor Crowther.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions around the cost side of it, and yeah, well done to both of you, Steve and Sarah, because it is, I think it's an area that, you know, a few years ago, certainly in the community, there was talk about this, and to come on board and kind of see what you've done, I think is really impressive. So well done on that. But yeah, just first one is just you say building consent authority functions are largely cost recovered. Is there any area where that sort of there is a challenge recovering the cost, or is it just that you know that it's such a small amount that it varies from year to year?
At a macro level, the only things that we don't cost recover through fees is our compliance activities. So if you were to phone up and say, John down the road has built something without consent, we fund that through rates funding. There's a small portion, somewhere in the region of 5 to 10%. Everything else is cost recovered through user fees.
And the other question was just in regards to the comment around the multi-dwelling units. You know, just how will that factor into our costs and charges and things? Is that something that you see a need in the near future with more multi-unit dwellings and more staff time required, like that the structure of that has to change? And I'm also thinking in terms of the development contributions, the incentivizing, if you like, of smaller number of bedrooms, but then on the other hand, we get less money in total. So just, yeah, perhaps if you had a comment on where we might need to go with that to make sure we're charging fairly, to give the right incentives, but to cover our costs.
I'd have to refer to my policy colleagues for the development contributions part. I haven't given too much thought about the infrastructure impact. We charge an hourly rate. So if a townhouse, for instance, a couple of townhouses, takes longer because there is more complexity to it, the bill will be larger at the end of the job than a comparable standalone house. And similarly with inspections, that's an hourly rate as well. So it is prorated. We also we currently have a split where we say simple houses we go to lower paid. It's a lower hourly rate. It is simpler, have less claims against them. It's comparatively simple. Whereas the townhouses and commercial, where there is a greater risk, we charge a slightly higher rate because I have more senior staff who have to be with us for a longer period of time, go through more training and all that sort of stuff. So we're trying to say this is where the risk lies, and so if you're playing in that risky game, you're the one who has to pay for that rather than ma and pa trying to build a simple house.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Just a question on your comment that probably your biggest feedback is the amount of time it takes, and you also talked about the fact that builders are probably even more impatient now because they actually haven't got the work as much work. You possibly have a time where you say, well, we'll always take more time than somebody wants. Have you got this is where we'd like to get to, and this is how close we like to get there? Or so, and on top of that, when we get told bloody council takes so long, and it's interesting because I get quite often people say, well, they've always done that, and I want to say, hey, well, what we're hearing is that things are getting a lot better. So second question is, what should we be saying about that so that there is an acknowledgement that things are changing? But have you got if we got to here, we probably would still get complaints, but that would be an amazing place to be.
I guess I have some stretch targets. In fact, in the LTP, we've said we're going to have 95% of consents done within statutory timeframes. That is a challenge. If you look at a lot of the metro councils, they are struggling to achieve that. And I think if you think of that complexity, particularly those big commercial jobs, getting consent out in 20 working days, which is the same as if you're applying for a fireplace, it is challenging. And so that's what we're aiming for, is that 95% of consents within timeframes. I'm also tracking that elapsed days because that is, at the end of the day, what the customer experiences. And we have I'm cautious about saying an informal stat in a forum like this, but we try and track to 35 elapsed days, which is, we're currently sitting at 36 elapsed days, down from 40 and 50 in years gone by. So it's not a bad place to be. Yeah, but there's clearly room for improvement.
and again, just because at earlier conversation we want to engage with the people of Tauranga, you're engaging with quite a number of them. Are there a couple of key messages that you would like us to share in terms of the changes you're implementing and how they could help make it better?
I guess the thing, I would like to hear the feedback, and I guess that's probably one of the biggest frustrations is when hear from someone who I haven't heard from in 2, 3, 4 years, and they come to one of yourselves and say, these guys never respond to phone calls or they don't get things out on time. My phone number's on our website. It's on all my emails, and I'd love to hear from any of those people. And so please do push them towards me and my team, because the sooner we hear about problems, the sooner we can fix them.
Or perhaps there aren't problems that they just like to work. So yeah, no, thank you. That's good feedback. So we have a recommendation to receive the report Building Consent Authority Performance. I'm happy to move it. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Roseboom. Any further discussion? In that case, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience, Sarah and Steve.
It's just the last one.
Yes, that's what I thought it would be. So.
Do you want John Keshy to come in for this one?
No, because we're just gonna say yes, please. So before we do break for lunch, I'm going to look at 9.8 Chief Executive Financial Performance Summary First Quarter 2024.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It somehow feels like this should have been the first report on the agenda, but that's okay because a lot of the thunder has already been stolen by Tracy and Catherine earlier on. So essentially, the reporting of the first quarter, we can report that from an operating expenditure perspective that we're broadly on target, as Tracy referred to. On the 29th of October, we met with Council, and there was a reforecast of our capital project that resulted in about $88 million coming out of this year's budgets, and our capital program for this year remains at about $500 million. The 24-25 budgets have included a reduction of $11 million in staff costs, and we're monitoring that to ensure that we meet that number. And there's about $4.6 million of other OPEX savings that we also intend achieving. I'm working with the team at the moment on developing a scope for what the organisation might look like, and that will depend on the size of the capital program and what it will take to achieve a balanced budget. And so that really means, are we the right size? Do we have the right skills and capability? And are we in the right shape? So that's something that I'll report back to Council and discuss. And so the scope of any change to the organisation will be something that I'll discuss and agree with you in advance. So that sums up my very short summary of the financial situation, and as we navigate our way through the rest of this financial year and head towards the annual plan process, which will determine essentially not only the financial budgets for next year, but also the program that will have to deliver, the levels of service and the revenue that we'll have to achieve.
Thank you, Marty. And so just a couple of comments. I like your comment that you're looking with the team on the scope of your organisation based on the capital budget that is there, and therefore the team that is required, and with the intention of getting a balanced budget by 25-26. And so I've said already, I think we've got an action already that we would like a report of each of these meetings of how we're getting there. So that to me is definitely moving in the direction of we are giving direction that we do want a balanced budget, but we are asking that you with your team work out the best way to do that. And we respect that that's something you are doing, so thank you for confirming that. Other comments or questions for Marty? Councillor Crowther.
Just, it might be for Paul, whoever wants to pick it up. It talks about the salary savings target of 11 million. It just reminded me of a comment earlier in the meeting around sort of that it's a standard practice, I think was what she said around having a salary savings target. Could you just maybe elaborate on what the normal thing that you do each year, like what that comment referred to by the finance staff member, and then what you might be doing differently at the moment in regards to it?
Yeah, what I would say up front is that it's not unusual to do it. The size of it is a significant stretch for the organisation. What it effectively refers to is that an organisation has turnover. It takes time to replace staff. Every staff member that leaves, we look to see whether that position needs to be replaced, and therefore there's an element where effectively we're not paying for that. Now, the issue with that is that often means the work's not being done, or we might be using someone external to do it. We're also in a time of very low turnover, and we're recruiting quite quickly at the moment. So, which is a really good thing, but it's also putting more pressure on that target to be able to be achieved through the year. So, overall, what I would say is that we do include it in there, so we make sure that we're not overrating and over budgeting effectively for that. But it is quite a stretch target in the current environment, just from what we're seeing.
Thank you. Perhaps if I can just say that we budget for a full complement. The reality is because of turnover and delays and changes, and we generally don't need all of those funds. The other thing is, Paul's alluded to the fact that we're in a hungry employment market at the moment, and we are recruiting and filling positions faster than we ever have in this organisation before. And so our HR team have streamlined the processes and systems, and basically the delays that we were expecting aren't necessarily as they have been in the past. So I think Paul's alluded to the fact that we've got a much larger number, probably well over more than double what we would normally try and reduce that budget by. So
right, yeah. That through the chair here, that's probably the key piece too. So thank you for that clarity, because I was thinking on the one hand, obviously we're all trying to save money, but on the other hand, we need a functioning organisation. That tension that's there. So would it be fair to say, if there was no pressure at all to save in the current environment, you'd probably be more comfortable with sort of 4 or 5 million? Would it be sort of numbers like that?
Yes. Yeah, I wouldn't put an exact number on it, but it would certainly be significantly reduced from that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Just, I guess, something that raises, it would be quite good in the report that we're going to get, just in terms of knowing vacant positions, and probably with a couple of periods in which the vacant, so perhaps at the end of June this year and last year, and the current position would just be good to know as a addition to that report, please. And I guess the just understanding, and we can talk about it at a future meeting, but just understanding the process when projects don't get funded. What do you do with the team that you had intended to use to do that project? Those sort of things. We just need to start understanding the impact on you and the staff when budget isn't available, particularly for big projects. Okay, so I am happy to move the recommendation that the Accountability, Performance and Finance Committee receives the report, Chief Executive Financial Performance Summary, First Quarter 2024, notes that a balanced budget and operational cost program will be developed as part of the annual plan process, and monitoring will be developed for the Accountability, Performance and Finance Committee. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Crowther, thank you. Any comments? Thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Marty and Paul.
Do you want to move into public excluded, and then we can stop
Yes, we will now move into public excluded. Thank you for those who have been online. Do we need a mover for that?
Yes, we
I'm
do.
moving that we go into public excluded, seconded by Councillor Roseboom. All those in favour? Aye. Carried. Thank you.
And,
That's,
okay,
aren't we just saying that you're going to